There we go. Hit the wrong button there for a second. How are you guys doing? Let's make sure my audio levels are good here. Are you guys hearing me? Yes. It looks like the music's still playing. Fantastic. How are you guys doing on this beautiful Sunday? Looks a little dark, actually. I don't know if I knocked my camera. There we go. Boom. Fixed it. I think that's a little better. Okay, guys. We are... gonna jump in today for our last episode of this Inside Out series. How are you guys doing? I see a bunch of you guys already in the chat. How you going, Keysign? How are you doing, Anemo? You guys doing great? It's Connor's time. Yeah, maybe in a second. I just gotta there's one thing I do gotta figure out here. Yeah, I need to pop out the chat for the vertical stream, just so I got that up there. I finally got another monitor here, so I finally can see the chat all up here while I'm working on everything here. So this should work a lot better, and hopefully won't miss anybody's chats. We've got 3 different live streams going on right now. We've got the Twitch live stream, we've got the YouTube live stream, YouTube vertical live stream, and then I think we'll probably try in the future doing Twitter as well. I think that's the next one. I'm here at work, but it's slow today. Oh, well, a Vatican shotgun. All good, all good. You're in a different, is that a different YouTube channel, or did you change your name? How, is that what's going on? Hey, Lex, welcome into the chat. Welcome to the chat. Hey, Veeth, welcome into the chat as well. But yeah, let's jump without a further ado into today's video. Today we're going to be finishing up the this photo that we've been working on for the last few weeks. Is there a filter on your camera? No, there is not. But I don't know. It's kind of, sometimes this happens. Sometimes this happens, guys. Can I go into my Elgato without this freaking out? Let's see. I might lose connection real quick with the... Let's see if I change my contrast so slightly, change the saturation to be a little bit higher. That might be a little much. I don't know. We'll see. I guess that's just going to have to do for right now. Yeah, it's me, Ben. Ben Kenobi. Hey, Okaisido, welcome to the chat. I don't use my personal account for anything, so I figured I'd put my Twitch name on here. Yeah, well, there you go. Now you got your Twitch name and your name just all inside of one package, right? I might be really red now. I'm seeing that up. Whatever, guys. We're going to move on. This isn't about me. This is about making a good Blender render. So this right here is the photo that we've been working on. This is actually a photo from the film. We went through and we modeled the entire environment. I mean, there's some more things like this that I noticed that we're probably going to want to have inside of our environment as well. And then, we did a forklift back there. We created the spheres. We modeled our character here. And last week, we had a great time, guys. A great time doing the hands and arms on this. And so much so that I deleted it. And I mean, I kept the rest of the character, but I deleted the hands and arms because that just was not working, guys. So instead, I got Victor from our Discord. He actually gave me new hands and arms that I'm going to show you here in a few minutes. They'll need some tweaking. I mean, they're a little fatty at some parts, but I think for overall, it'll work for the hands and arms a lot better than what I had. I had these fish fin looking hands. Oh, it was so bad. It was so bad. I'm cringing just now thinking about it. But yes, so today what we're going to be focusing on is creating the shading for our character here. You'll notice that on these Inside Out characters, they've got a lot of sparkles in her eyes and in the hair, as well as on the skin itself. And you've got these particles kind of coming off the body all over. So we're going to work with some particle sims, I think, today. And then overall, she's got this nice glow to her that we'll need to emulate as well, because, that's all part of the look of what we're doing here. Looks like the camera's giving auto exposure. Probably. I'll have to take a look at that. It was just I had some technical issues leading up to this, but, we'll work with it today. So this is the character that we've created so far. In 3D, we 3D sculpted her. I think we're going to have to work with her hair a bit. It's not as voluminous as I would like it to be. But you can see between the 2 different photos here some changes that we're going to need to make overall, I'm pretty happy with the general direction that we took everything. I might want to clean up some of the topology here, specifically like around the arm here. It needs to feel a little more round. And then this part of the hand here, I think is just really, really fat. But then we can get into some lighting and shading today. So we're really close to just getting into doing the stylistic aspect of things here. And that is how we're working. But how are you guys doing? How was your guys' week? I watched Deadpool last week, and then, yeah, now I'm a changed man. Okay, I'm a changed man. I gotta say, that movie has such a great soundtrack in it. I think that was the thing I liked the most about it. Hey, Lego Duck Animation said you're wondering if you could get that glow effect by cutting out the character and using a glow node and then remerging it over the background and then merging it on character. Yes, that's actually exactly how I was planning on doing it. I think that works the best as far as I can tell. You could use the compositor with inside of Nuke, but or not Nuke, sorry, Blender. But I prefer Nuke's compositor to Blender, so that's actually where I'm going to be doing all of my compositing. Let's see. Ooh, what am I doing here? Need that to be in object mode, and then this to be in pose mode. And then tonight, my plan is to watch Longlegs, the kind of like horror mystery film. So I'm on a movie grind, guys. On top of all of that, I've been working like 10.5 to 11 hours a day. There's a big change in the hands. Yes, I cheated. I cheated, guys. I'm using I'm using Victor's hands. He gave me some hands to use. Although I will say this one only has 4 fingers. They both only have 4 fingers. I need the thumb on this to feel more thummy. It's not feeling thummy enough for me. The hand on the top, you just got your thumb sticking out like so, and voila, you got your thumb back in. There we go. Feels a little bit better. As she's holding the, although it just feels off still. There's still an off that just doesn't feel right still. There we go. The whole time I was watching the Deadpool intro, I was thinking about the bake time for those blood sims. Oh, yeah, dude. Also, the camera tracks. Like, the camera tracking in that whole scene with, like, all of the letters. I think everyone just takes it for granted. But the freeze frame where the camera's, like, moving around him and stuff. I'm curious how much of that is, like, a real person in front of a green screen versus they just did a CG character. Because, I mean, the tracking in it was just so perfect. Am I the only one that looks at some shots like that and go, oh, wow, the camera tracking in that is just absolutely insane. Like, I don't even know how they did that. Because, like, I feel like that was me half of that movie. I'm just like, wow, the tracking in this is just phenomenal. The correct tracking was crazy, but for part was slow-mo. Oh, yeah, dude. And, like, that's where I think, like, a lot of that stuff is just it's just 3D. Everything's 3D. The whole thing was 3D. I mean, and you know what? I don't have a problem with that either. The environment was very simplistic, so it wasn't exactly like, you know, they were trying to do anything groundbreaking. I'm just gonna shrink down the hand a little bit. You know, it was a snow world. Basically, snow environment that was pretty much out of focus for the most part. I was like, you know, I didn't want to comment on it because, you know, I didn't want to, like, there's all these, like, you know, different groups online of people that, like, are hating CGI and whatever. And I didn't want to be like, oh, well, you guys didn't know that in Deadpool, like, that whole thing was just, you know, VFX probably. And then everybody will just jump out of the woodwork and be like, yeah, and it was terrible. I didn't think it was terrible, but, you saw behind the scenes for the dance, and the actor was all on blue screen. So you think my intro might be onto something with the full CG scenes? Yeah, well, yes, and you know what? That's probably the case because the environment all would have been CG to begin with. and then all they had to do was CG the character sometimes, you know. Anytime they needed to do some crazy stunts, I feel like they probably had that as like full CG. But, you know, because they have full digi doubles of all of the actors, you know, that's not like new. They've been doing that for years. Do I want to apply my rig and so that way I can sculpt this outwards, or do I want to fix the weight paint of the arm? I feel like I don't want to fix the weight paint. I think the CGI hating crowd is so funny because they love to parade with the no VFX movies that still have thousands of CG VFX shots and set extensions. True. I think a good example of that honestly was Napoleon. The movie Napoleon had a lot of visual effects in it. But for some reason, before the movie came out, everybody was like under the mindset that there was no visual effects in that film. I don't know where that thought came from, because like how do you do that without doing like the whole like harbor shots and stuff like that? Oh, it was all CG. Same with Barbie. They said that the whole film was basically just as they shot in 1930s. It's like, bro, you don't really think like they're shot in a whole different world, you know? Okay, I'm gonna apply. We're gonna go over here to our armature preset settings. I think this is the easiest thing to do. If we apply everything, well, that actually fixed everything right off the bat. Cool. We're just gonna apply it then. I don't care. We can just keep that. It's not a big deal to me. But now we can't, you know, move any of the limbs or anything like that around. But what we can do is we can go into sculpt mode, and then we can use the pose tool here, and we can actually move the thumb with the pose tool. So that's totally possible, guys. So strange how the culture around CGI shifted. I grew up watching the Transformers films and they were 95% fake. Yeah, but dude, the Transformers films, like I just remember my mind kind of being blown with how good the VFX were in that. Like, I don't know if anybody else felt the same way when they first watched the Transformer films, but to me, that was just like, that was crazy. Also, like, I mean, Pirates of the Caribbean, things like that. Hey, there he is, Hasselhoff. We're using your arms, Hasselhoff. We're using your arms. Everybody go give Hasselhoff some love for giving me some hands that don't look atrocious. Okay, I don't feel like we need to do too much more sculpting. But let's take a look at our hair particle system here, okay? So I think with our hair, if we compare this to our photo, I wanted to add a little bit more. A couple tweaks I did do since last time, because I did work on it for like 30 minutes after stream last time, because I just really wasn't happy with how this turned out. I did add a little bit more particles to a few of these guys, and then I did fix some of the combing as well as the puff up here as well, just to give it a little bit more of a feel. How does it work with CG doubles? They hire someone to make the CG double, or they scan the actor? They have a whole process. Luma's got this down over at Luma, the visual effects house. But the way it kind of works is they've got like a bunch of cameras all set up. It's just a bunch of like DSLR cameras basically, and they're all synced with a computer, and they can take a photo on all of those different cameras all at the same time. And then that basically, anybody standing in the middle of that with the lighting all around them gets a photo scan of their face basically, or their body, or everything. And all of that basically creates a 3D character object, because you know where everything sits in 3D space. It's basically a fancy camera track, but like creating topology out of it. And then that is what they use to make the 3D models, and it's super, super dense, high detail quality. How are you typing so fast? I was electric. Wait, what? What did I miss? What did I miss in the chat? Really cool hands. Yes. Gives Hasselhoff the hands. update. But yeah, that's how they do the photo scanning generally, and it's really high quality. So then you have a digi double of the character. Then they go in and rig the character, probably retopologize it as well. I mean, just because you have a scan of it means it's perfect, but it's really high in dense, so you can't reanimate things easy. And that's where that stage comes in, and then they'll take that and then they can reshade it, light it, use that inside of a scene really easy. A film that I shot last year, we did a poor man's digi double. It was my film. It's the Bad Omen trailer you could see on this YouTube channel. And in that film, I had a digi double of our actors. That way, when different things, there's a werewolf in the film, so crazy stuff happens. We could do stunts, so I had a digi double of the actors. That way I could do those stunts in CG a lot easier. And that makes it a lot simpler in those regards. There's a lot of content about that process from MV2 2022, if you're interested. Are you talking about Modern Warfare 2? Or Modern Warfare 2022, if you're interested? They did that in Modern Warfare 2022? I wasn't aware of that, but yes, I am interested. Can you post that in the Discord? I'm going to add in a new particle system here, a hair particle system. And I'm kind of wanting to do with the base hair all over again. And then let's just change the length here to be, you know, probably about that long. Follow our base length of our hair as well. And yeah, if we go back into our particle edit mode, I'm just adding kind of like another layer over top of everything here. This one will just be a little bit more wild. We'll just comb this over to the side. I feel like I need to get used to the new hair particles setup inside of Blender. They have a whole new method where you can basically do a lot of this stuff using just edges. So what we're trying to do here is we're just creating a nice thin layer on top of everything else. The reason why I like to separate this stuff into separate particle systems is it makes it a lot easier to adjust individual strands, especially if you want your hair to act different ways for different parts of the hair. This is really useful for complicated hair designs. I mean, we're just doing a bob of hair. The grandma hair design. This is some really intense music for just combing someone's hair. Just give it a little bit more volume is what we're going for here, so it doesn't feel like it's all just combed really down with a lot of hair product. Okay. And then we're going to use children interpolated. And I'll set that to 100 as well. And let's go back over to object mode so we can see what's going on here. So 10, 10. And this is just kind of like adding a little bit more hair to the top of this. Now this might be too much. I want to minimize this just so we could see our photo as well. I think Blender Bob also has a great talk about it. I forgot the name of the technique, but it's basically what Connor mentioned, but animated. Oh, interesting. So you could take a bunch of photos all the time, and that way you can capture a movement in 3D. That's really interesting. Okay, this is working well. I want to comb this in a little bit better. Yeah, this music is from a Twitch streamer slash YouTuber named PirateSoft, who is a game designer. And he has an OTS of music for his game called Heartbound. And, you know, they allow all streamers and YouTubers and whatever to use this music inside of their YouTube videos without any copyright issues. So go give that guy a subscribe if you guys haven't already. Really love his content. He talks about game design and, you know, working on coding inside of that, which I've always loved, so I follow that a little bit. That's some good thickness. That's some good thickness, guys. I might want to fix this front strand here to be a little bit more centered on her forehead. Let's go to particle edit here again. We're trying to find... There we go. This is the one we were trying to find. We've got this kind of center strand here, but it goes a little farther over. So let's grab this guy. We're just going to bring him down. As you can see, it's really nice that we got all these separate systems because it allows us to isolate specific areas. So now we've got that hair going down. I like that. It's pretty good. I might want one strand going here in front of the eye. Nothing crazy. Let's do that. We're gonna go add. I'm just gonna go boop, just one. And actually, I don't want 4. It's adding like the count of 10. I just want to add like 1, maybe 2 hairs specifically. And we just go boop. Now we got ourselves, 2 hairs. We'll increase the length on these guys because they could be a little bit longer. And then I want to comb these to the front. I might not want 2. I might just want 1, but let's see, this is one of those areas where it might have been nice for us to create a whole different particle system just to avoid any issues. Let's change the length here as well for these 2 hairs. Why is she kind of bold from the top? What do you mean? Bold. Bald? You talking about bald? She bald? And there we go. Might want to cut the length a little bit for this hair here. So now we go back into object mode, and yeah, we've got that extra strand. Are you talking about like her hair puffing up? I don't know. That's their character design. Save it, guys. Save it. Make sure to hit that save button. But the cool thing about having photo scans is I was able to do pickup shots for my film that I didn't have. And since I shot the film myself and I was self-funding it, being in emotion is tough. It is tough being in emotion. But I was able to do pickup shots for my film that I wasn't able to do with CG doubles of people because I couldn't afford, like I was paying for everything out of pocket. So I couldn't, go rent the costumes, get the lighting and all that stuff. And I didn't even have the set anymore for most of post-production because they tore that stuff down. But I was able to get like a pickup shot of over the camera shot or whatnot. And that was very useful for having CG doubles because like I didn't need the person saying anything, but maybe I needed them walking in a direction or I needed them like laying against a wall or something like that I didn't have. And since I had the CG doubles of all the actors, I was able to do that. Could you show the whole scene so far? I wasn't able to watch the last few. Are you talking about the live stream? It's just this photo. Oh, so yeah, I guess I could show the entire environment, which I'm going to have to anyways because we're about to get into doing some shading. So, good transition point, Lego Duck Animations. Also, by the way, welcome back. Welcome back to the stream. So what we'll do is I'm going to re-enable all of my collections. I've been keeping everything kind of organized, so that way, I have everything. That's right. There's another problem. that I have is that I created my character facing one direction, but I'm going to need everything to rotate. So let's see. We've got our reference, so we'll turn our reference down. This is our entire environment so far. This is all based off of geometry nodes. We made these spheres be duplicated, and we're going to fill in the rest of the environment with that going forward. And then we've got all of our character here as well. Let's see. This is arms, which we imported from Victor. Let's see. These cylinders. I think I need to re-enable visibility so I can actually see everything. Was this all my terrible arms that I had before? Is that what that was? Are these the remnants of my terrible arms? We still have those pockets. Okay, that's all good. Character. Then we have this empty. Oh, which is our overall sack. Okay, so this is the environment, and this would have been the camera perspective here. Let's turn off background images so that way we're not seeing background images right now. We don't need to see background images. I just need to rotate my character to be in the correct camera perspective now. Can you go into render view? I just want to see. Yes, we'll go into render view in a second, but let's line our character up first so that way I've got that all going for ourselves. This is our camera, and we made everything to work from this camera perspective on the character, and I want this camera to now move everything so that way it's actually rotated in the same direction, if that makes sense. So we actually have this empty here, which we could probably use to rotate everything. So let's select our camera and then just parent it to our empty. Object keep transform. And then we've got our bob of hair. Let's parent that to our empty. We've got all of our eyeballs and arms and other arms. And we've got this guy and that guy and this guy and that guy. We've got everything, guys. We just parent everything to the keep transform. I need the shirt also. Our shirt can't be left behind. So this one empty gives us the power to rotate everything. And then that sphere and this sphere. The hair's already parented. So we'll just keep parenting everything. What if you parented the empty to the character and copied the transform of the camera to the character one? You know, that's not a bad idea. Let's do that, actually. Got a weird thing going on right now, though, with... What modifier is this? That's... I don't understand why the body's morphing weird. Did you see that? What is going on here? Oh, no, the body isn't morphing weird. It's the teeth that are getting left behind. Our lovely teeth are getting left behind. Just grab all of our teeth and then parent that to our empty as well. Cool. I mean, that works. Did I leave anything behind? I am. Oh, no, I'm not. Oh, I am. Leaving behind our little cloth thingies. Okay, that works. And then let's take this and then now do what Lego Duck is recommending. Object keep transform. Well, actually, I have to Alt-P this. First, clear parent and keep transformation. And then we grab our and do it this way. Object keep transform. One thing I've gotten really used to on Nuke is being able to see multiple properties at the same time. And I'm wondering, I'm not going to do this, but if anybody else out there wants to create a plugin for this, where you can have multiple properties of, multiple selected items at the same time inside of Blender, that would be crazy, because one of the things that I'm going to have to do right now is go back and forth between these two cameras and copy all of the transform settings. And that's sometimes a little annoying. Okay, so this is a 50mm focal length. I guess it's not that big of a deal. We'll see. I mean, we might be able to make some adjustments here in a moment. Okay, here we go. We're going to copy this transform here. I suppose you could also... Can you do Control-C? There's a way to... Where is that at? There's a way to copy coordinates. If you enable something. I forget what it is, though. Copy... Attributes menu. Yes, Control-C. So now if I do this and I say copy all, copy location, and then we do copy rotation, that then sets the new camera location over here and the new rotation over here. And with our new camera perspective, we should have everything lined up. Let's turn off background image. So there we go. Now the idea is that I had this set to 42mm, which doesn't look like that really breaks anything if I do that. I think you can pick the properties and open an additional window. Yes, there is a pin button. Interesting. But I mean, like Nuke, it's nice because everything is just scrollable. So you can have as many as you want by changing the value, like in a variable up here. And it allows you to have multiple properties open at the same time. I don't know. That could get very messy, I guess. But somehow I think that would be cool. But there you guys go. There's the Control-C method. Let's see. So we have our camera here. I'm going to drag that up into our cameras. And then... call that original. It's fine. We could just hide it. We don't need it. So now we've got our camera here. And it is set to 42mm, which shows us a little bit more of the body than we were doing before. So let's grab this. And we're going to go to camera perspective on this guy here. So that way we can see from the camera's perspective. Select your camera. This is another little trick I like to do, is open up viewport display and change pass out to 1. So that way we're only seeing what the rendered result is going to be. And that won't trick our eyes to be seeing stuff that we shouldn't be seeing. And then last but not least, let's move our camera forward because we want a little bit more of a medium shot instead of a wide. And with that, under our camera settings, we have our focus here. Let's set our focus to the area in which the eyes are, because we want the depth of field to be set to the eyes. Let's go ahead and save that, and then go to render view, and let's see how bad this looks. I haven't seen it with the sculpt mode yet inside of 3D, so yeah, obviously there's no shading. You can feel the lag through the stream. It's happening, guys. I'm streaming on OBS at the same time as having a YouTube live stream, so it's always makes things a little rough. You know, I'm not hating just that. We haven't even done lighting yet, so this is going to be nice. Getting in through here and then setting everything up. I think the character also I'm a fan of. Let's see. I think that thumb, is that inside of it? It is. Let's fix some of these things. Let's go to sculpt mode. Use the pose here, and we're just going to scale this guy up a little bit. Just make sure we're not clipping our thumb. Awesome. Okay. Go back to object mode. And then we have two different bodies here, which we don't need. We really only need one. I did this because I was trying to create a separate weight paint, which I initially was going to delete the extra vertices, but I ended up just using a weight paint. That's not true. You've done some lighting and shadow work. I've done a little bit. Not with the character, though, is kind of what I mean. Like, we're going to go through and make some more adjustments, obviously. So I think that's one sphere there. After turning that off, really makes a huge difference. But there you go. We're done. I'm just kidding. There's a lot to do. But this is so far the setup of our character so far. I think, with our new camera that we have, guys, we do need to set this to depth of field and focus. And then let's use the same settings we had before. So this was set to 3 and 1.5 so we could get that nice anamorphic. So we're going to set the f-stop to 3 and then this to 1.5 so we could get nice anamorphic blur in the background. Just realized this is shaking because of that, so my whole setup is shaking. But how do we feel about the hair so far? That's roughly correct. I will say this is more, it's less pointed. I like these pointed parts. I'm wondering if that's because of our new layer that we have on top of everything. So if we go back over into a particle edit mode, just disable this very top bit. That's already feeling quite a bit better. 10,000 subscribers. Let's do it, guys. I mean, our next goal is 2,000 subscribers. We're actually decently close, guys. We're getting there pretty fast. Yeah, I think just disabling that hair works a little bit better for us. She also has this really thick strands right now because that's how I have my setup. We're going to change some of that, okay? Because we need to make ourselves... We'll probably start with the body first. Let's start with the body and get that shader aspect of it down, okay? So, here's how we're going to break this down into. If we look at our reference photo here of what they're doing inside of Inside Out, we know that she's not exactly solid. She has like a bunch of these like particles coming off of her skin. That's not hair particles. It feels more like spherical particles that are kind of emitting from her body. And then she has a lot of these like kind of like light colored, reflective bits in her hair, as it's like sparkles. I don't know, I call it reflective bits. What's my PC specs? Like, I just got a message on my vertical chat. Hey, Akrach, my PC specs, I mean, they're not crazy good. I do have a 3080 Ti. That's probably the best part of my PC specs. But yeah, it's I mean, yeah, it's not crazy good specs. I got a 3080 Ti and I'm running like a 3.5 I don't know. Can I open up my... Is this going to dox me if I pull up anything here? I got 32 gigabytes of RAM, and I got a 3.9 gigahertz processor here. So, nothing crazy, but it gets the job done. So, let's start with the face of this character. First, let's open up a shader editor here, and we're going to swap this over to object mode. If I hit new now on this, we're going to create a new color on her. It doesn't look like we have any lighting really. I don't know where the purple's coming from, honestly, but I'm sure it's coming from somewhere. So let's, I don't know where the purple's coming from, so let's actually add in some of our own lights, so that way we can not counteract, because like counteracting lighting is terrible. So we're just going to add in a new light up here, shine that right on her. And then let's see, that is located under arms, which it should not be. Let's put that under lighting. And let's find out where all of our extra lights are coming from. It's under flag. It is under flag. I found it. I found it. It's this cube emitting this light here. Fantastic. Well, that's not fun. Let's disable this flag. I mean, I kind of like overall what it's doing to everything else, but I don't want it to affect my collection. So we can do environmental variables for lighting. If we go and select our cube here, I believe under its object property settings, there should be a way to make it only affect specific collections. And that may or may not be the case for actual... I can also just remove the saturation here. Remove the saturation, just make it a little bit darker. Yeah, we can always add that little bit of yellow or purpleness that we wanted back into it. There we go. Let's see. She is more lit from the left side, so I'm already off to a good start with this light. And then now if we select her body, let's just go into here and just start working on some of the shading aspects of this. So I like to open up the shader editor on one window and then have the render view over here just so I can see my changes as I'm working on it. You know, this may be different for you guys depending on how you guys like to work, but this generally works pretty nicely for me. So let's just make her yellow because that's what color she is, right? Oh, that's disgusting yellow. Let's do something like that. And then let's increase the value of this all the way. And let's see, I might want to remove some of the saturation as well. And there we go, guys. We're done. We're done. No, I'm just kidding. We're totally not done. But that's the base level color of our character. And, you know, let's see. With that, she has some of these freckles on here. And we can paint these freckles on because otherwise we're going to get them kind of everywhere. But we can add those on. Obviously, we're going to want to have some eyeshadow on here as well as some overall like rosiness inside of her cheeks. So let's paint some of that stuff in there for sure. If we open up this inside of texture paint by creating a new image. So let's do an image texture. We're going to say new image, and we're going to call this rosy cheeks. And then let's create that new image. If we go over to texture paint now, you'll notice that we have that image loaded. And the way we treat this is like a matte, basically. Everywhere that's white, it's going to put our new shader that we want. And everywhere that it's not white, it's going to have the original shader below it. So we're going to kind of create the rosy cheeks on the body here. Actually, Control C the color of face and Control V to the hand. Yes, I can. But we're just focusing on one aspect at a time right now. So right now, if I just go ahead and in here and paint, you'll notice that we kind of just get like this overall, you know, blob of color. Now on my Patreon, I actually released a whole surface imperfections pack that will allow us to be able to have more nuanced textures that we're painting rather than it just kind of like being an overall blob. So let's import some of that right now. I'm going to open up the texture mask now and hit new. If we go over to our texture settings and we select that texture that I just created, you'll notice that it's looking for an image texture. So we'll just hit open. Your PC crashes when you render animations from a large scale environment. Sometimes to counter for that, just make it smaller sections, render out passes, and then comp them all together. That used to happen to me all the time, and actually still does happen to me. Sometimes I do render out stuff in passes. Maybe make your characters or foreground pieces rendered separately than your background, and that will help you be able to render out stuff faster. But yeah, so here's our Surface Imperfections pack. I'm going to just load 1K textures, and let's just find something like these smudges. I might want to do something like this. And if we load this in here, what this is going to allow us to do is everywhere we paint, it's going to give us a little bit more of a texture as we're painting, which will follow maybe skin tones that we have. But before we do that, we might want to make some adjustments here. So right now, I want to make sure that we're using tiling, or not tiling, but rake. If you use a rake, then this will allow you to not paint over yourself too easily. That actually looks pretty good there. And then now the last thing we want to make sure that we're checked on to is let's scroll up here to texture. Whenever you add a texture mask, I feel like this might be a bug in Blender, but it also applies it to your texture as well, which is where you're going to get the black and white painting over each other multiple times. If we remove this now, this texture, you'll notice that you can actually paint over yourself, which allows you to have a little bit more thickness inside of your paint. And there you go. So now we're just going to go ahead and paint in ourselves some rosy cheeks. I like to give ourselves our own fall off that we're going to have ourselves. So just be a little creative here with how you want this to look, how rosy her cheeks are going to be. Trying to do this from the camera perspective as we're going. It's a little harder to see this side. Go back to the camera view here, and we can always, don't be afraid to make mistakes, because you can come back in here and then, you know, paint back over it. I like to just slowly paint things back in, so that way maybe we have some more highlighted areas. What we're really trying to do is create a little nice blush on the side of her face here. Okay, great. Now with this, let's go ahead and just hit image save. And I'm going to save this over into our VFX materials folder. Create a folder called mats. And now if we go back over to our layout settings, we have our rosy cheeks here already loaded in. And if we preview it, it's just that black and white photo that we already created. And we can then take this principled BSDF that we have here, just duplicate it, make something a little bit warmer, and then use a mix shader that this can plug into the bottom of, and this can plug into the top of, and that's plugged into the FAC, which is our matte. And so now if we view that, you'll notice that we have a little bit warmer cheeks on our character. The other stuff we might want to do is add in a little bit more subsurface scattering. Think if we use random walk skin, this is the best preset for like actual skin settings. This is set to RGB values, so 1 being perfect red, 0.2 is green, and then 0.1 would be blue, red, green, blue. So if we do that, and then we take our yellow here, I just want to make it a little bit more reddish because our character is somewhat not human, but like more human-like, I suppose. Do something like that. She's a little dark, which she should be emitting a little bit more light. So another thing we could do is use an emission node, and we can mix this on top of everything. So if we use a mix shader after our whole predicament, this will allow us to kind of mix everything a little bit easier. I'm going to use an RGB value of the exact same color. And then make this really small. And then I want this to be a little bit less saturated with a higher value. And that's already feeling a lot better for her skin. Really good teacher? Oh, thank you. I mean, I did go to school for it. Please take a teaching job in my school. I want to learn Blender from you. Anyways, my 3D animation teacher is retiring. No! Why is your 3D animation teacher retiring? So we'll go ahead and save that. Now what we can do also is with our new light that we just added into our shot, let's go select that real quick. We can actually boost this up a little bit. And then if we go into our object settings for this guy, where is that? Maybe it's located somewhere else. Using Blender 4.1. Collections, relations, collections, shading. There it is. It's under shading. Okay. And then with light linking, we got light group. We've got light linking. Let's hit new for the light linking. And if we select our character and drag that in here, now everything under the collection of character is only going to be affected by this new light that we have in here rather than the entire environment. So if we boost this thing to be super high, our character is going to light up, but the rest of the environment will not. So let's make this a little bit less. We'll do like 50 at first, maybe a little smaller than that. Let's try 30. And then now we can duplicate this light, I'm thinking. Let's go back over here to 3D viewport. Let's duplicate this light, and we're just going to try to create a bit of an underlight for this character as well. He was a traditional animation teacher? Or he did CG animation? That's super cool, dude. Now, I think that lights our character for our base color pretty well. Let's look at some other things. So let's select our character's body here. And I'm going to use a gradient texture. Let's just view to see what this is doing for us. This is going to give us kind of more of a side light from right to left for our gradient. We can swap this to do different things, right? So this will give us different effects depending on what we select. So quadratic, we've got ourselves easing, which by the way, you should add in a mapping tool for this and then make sure that object is selected on it. But yeah, you'll notice that like linear will give us like a really nice right to left. Quadratic is more quadra-based. Diagonal, which will come from like an angle. Spherical is going to be like approaching it from a circle's perspective. This is going to be useful for eyes a lot later. Then you've got like radial. I think for us, if we just looked at linear right now, we get this nice edge light. One of the things you'll notice that with Joy, in like pretty much every single shot from the entire film, she has kind of like this purplish edge light. Is this live or is this pre-recorded? No, this is live. But thanks for chatting. How you doing? Over in the vertical chat over there. But with this linear aspect, this gives us the ability to add kind of like that purple light from the edge without having real lighting in there. Because if you add real lighting in there, then you're going to have it affect other characters. I mean, we can easily do that, but I kind of mostly want to affect only the body here. I don't want to affect the clothing. I don't want to affect the teeth or the eyes or even the hair. For the most part, we only want to affect the body because this purple lighting really only happens on the skin. It doesn't happen on the clothing. It doesn't happen on the hair. So, with that being said, though, we can just take this new matte that we just generated from this gradient texture here and create a new mix shader. And if we use that as our FAC, we plug this into the top, not the bottom, plug it into the top, we can then take an emission and just duplicate that down here. Find ourselves a nice purple color. And we can plug this into the bottom shader. Now, that right off the bat doesn't look super great. but we can make some adjustments. So for our gradient that's going in, first of all, we might want to use a color ramp. We'll just plug this color ramp in and then increase the black of this to be a little bit more. Let's view our color ramp so we can see our adjustments as we're doing it. Well, thanks for enjoying my stream, Anemo. Appreciate it. At this point, if we can control a lot of how much this gradient is kind of like approaching everything. I might not want it to go to full white though, because we do want it to blend in with the yellow behind it. Let's see what linear. So the other thing is we can control the rotation aspect of everything here through this. So let's change the rotation of the Y here. We're actually going to make this a negative number. Just hit something a little bit more like that. I like that angle. I think that angle, kind of like coming upwards from right to left, works really nicely. So let's go view this mix shader now. Just kind of get this like overall purplish tint now coming in. I do maybe want that to be a little bit more purple. Mostly because I think if you added in lighting, then you always need to make sure the lighting is facing away from camera. Whereas using this shading aspect here, we can make sure that it's actually not using object. You can actually use camera's perspective. And if you are using camera, then it'll always stay in the same direction. This character specifically always has the lighting on the right side of her. And so creating kind of like that edge light from the back right side is can be easily done inside of shading. It's basically just a matte, and that's kind of the way I was approaching it. Is like treat it more like a matte than like anything else. Also, when you're dealing with lighting, you're kind of like counteracting between two different things. You're counteracting the actual skin shader that you already have on there, and creating this like new light color that you want to have on top of it. Whereas this is like literally just mixing between two different colors that you would have. That's the reason why I did it this way. Okay, great. Another thing I wanted to do was her skin has... I guess it doesn't. She does have freckles, though. So maybe we want to do the freckles. We can do the freckles pretty easy by... Let's see. What does a Voronoi look like? Got that. Make the scale to be quite a bit larger. Let's use a color ramp. Let's lessen the amount of these. Let's change the size of this to be a little bit smaller. And again, lessen more. And there's a good amount of freckles that we want. I don't have to retire from YouTube. Well, I'm not planning on retiring from YouTube, so right now, anyways, we're good. Okay, great. So I think that amount of dots around the face is really good for the amount of freckles, but let's now target the area in which we want these freckles to live, okay? So let's create a new image texture now. We'll hit new and call this freckles. I don't know if that's how you spell freckles, but that's how I spell it. So we're going to create that one, and let's go over here to texture paint. And then overall on the face, let's just, we don't have to use this texture mask that we already generated, though it really doesn't hurt us either. So let's just create ourselves a matte for the area in which these freckles are going to kind of live. I think something like that does work. I guess it goes a little bit up the side of her face. And up the nose. I think that's good. So now let's go ahead and hit image, save. And then we'll just go ahead and save this as well as freckles.png. Go back over to our layout. If you try to retire, I'll cry. Well, then I will endeavor to not retire. Let's use, oh, not an image texture. Let's use a mix shader. And now plugging this Voronoi into the top of that mix shader. We can also, we don't have to plug anything into the bottom shader because it's just going to automatically be black. But now if we plug the color of the freckles into the FAC, it will only view the areas in which the this is happening. Theoretically, which it looks like did not. Oh, I know why. Because it's not a shader. We need to use a mixed color. We use a mixed color and then set this to black for the B input. Actually, no, we need that to be the A input. The A input is black. The B input is going to be the freckles that we have, and then the factor goes into the color. If we view that now, it's only going to give us freckles in the area in which we created that matte to be. It's not going to put it all over the face. It's only going to put it in the areas that we want. So now, if we use this as our matte now, let's go ahead and just align this a little bit better. We've got these guys. Let's go view our main shader that we have over all everything. So that's our emission. This is our principled BSDF back here. I might want to use this back there. So now let's use an RGB node. Okay. And then this RGB node is going to be this color value there. And then let's use a curve, an RGB curves, and plug that into the color down there. And we're just going to make this somewhat darker. Not a lot darker, just a little bit. And then let's use a mix color node. And we'll plug this into the B input. And then let's move this up a little bit. And then plug this into the A input. So now we have this same color, but it's somewhat darker here through this kind of like mix node. Now this factor needs to have our matte that we already generated of our freckles. So our freckle generated black and white photo that we have here is going to plug into our mix node. So let's go ahead and plug this guy into our factor. So now if we go ahead and view this, this should just be a regular color, and we can obviously make our adjustments here. So that way you've got some darker freckles in like certain areas. So do something like that. That works pretty great. And of course, we can change the scaling of our freckles here. And then, of course, we can always change the amount of our color ramp here for the amount of freckles that are really showing. And then that, instead of us viewing it, let's plug this directly into our principled BSDF. And so now if we go view our mix shader with everything into it, we will now have these faint freckles throughout the face that will add a little bit of extra realism to our character, a little bit of extra detail to our character that we didn't have before. I do want to make sure that the, what is this? Blend diffuse between surface and subsurface. So if I make that really high, what does that look like? Use like an RGB node. Can I plug this into our radius? I remember us talking about this like a few months back. I'll admit, I haven't gotten into learning the new thing yet. It's been frustrating because I didn't really want them to change the subsurface scattering method on Blender, but they did. They didn't ask my opinion on this. Well, I will say that doesn't look bad. I don't know if that's much better than what I had. It's 0.05, and I think that was set to 0. Versus this. I don't think that really makes much of a difference, does it? What if I want something to be like super fleshy? What's the way to go about that inside of the new subsurface scattering? Blender 4.0 new subsurface scattering fleshy object. How do we do this, guys? New Blender methodology of shading skin. Not fun. I'm tired of watching you, but I'm trying to sit and watch you because I want to be a professional. Am I boring? Increase the weight? Okay, we'll increase the weight. Oh, yes. You are right, Victor. And then this probably doesn't need to be quite as fleshy colored. So now that it makes her like super... Does the scale now need to be like 0.05? Oh, the scale of the object. Interesting. Yeah, I would agree. 10M is definitely too much. Let's try 0.1. Let's try 1. I don't dislike that. I don't think we need to go red, though. Let's make this... What does that come out to? RGB is 0.8, 0.7, 0.1? 0.8, 0.7, 0.1? I can't remember if the RGB accurately converts that to the radius input here or not. She looks like she has a bit of a sunburn, though. Not gonna lie. This isn't supposed to be anger. This is supposed to be joy, all right? Let's do 0.5 on this. 2 on this. I don't know why she's going so red. I did not give you permission to be red. Okay. That works for me. I'm going to hit the save button there. Now, let's go ahead and relook at our entire shader node setup here. So let's work on that glow a bit. This character is also very two-tone, is like the other thing about these characters, is that they tend to be very two-tone. Her freckles are a bit more evident. So let's just fix that matte up a little bit. Is that mix or... I don't know if... Let's use more of like a brown color. Yeah, that works. Freckles tend to be a little bit more brown. I also don't know that Voronoi is the best... I mean, it is circles, technically speaking, guys. Let's see, let's change. The detail is 0. Random. Oh, yeah, we want random, that's for sure. Let's look at some of the different options here. Smooth F1. Oh, I'm going to be doing the glow on the outside in compositing for sure. Manhattan's all starry. Milgawagazi. I think we're going to stick with the Cludian on this one. And then now, let's see. How many of these do we want? Then here is the scaling of this. Okay, that's actually not bad. I would try object coordinates for the Voronoi. Oh, you're right. I did not do that. That will definitely help fix some of those issues. I might scale this down now, because I don't have to scale it so small. Okay, and so then that gets us to our mat, which is only going to be in this specific area. That might actually do it for the freckles. Now we got to do the lips. We got to paint the lips in there, which, again, we're just going to use the same method before. I like the way it looks right now. I don't see a need to use the subsurface scattering. Well, I think right now I like it with the amount of subsurface scattering that I did add in there. Although, I mean, things may change. Let's add a new image texture in. We're gonna hit new. We'll do lips, new image. And then if we go over to our texture paint node, we're gonna paint our lips on here. I'm gonna go to wireframe, I think. Let's see, let's go to solid view again. It was a bad idea. Don't go to wireframe, guys. I think we're also going to get rid of our texture mask. There we go. And now, we want to paint the areas in which the lips are. So let's try our best to hand do this. Without this looking like a 3-year-old with a lipstick. Our goal in life is to not look like a 3-year-old with a lipstick. That got a hold of the lipstick thing, okay? Boom. It's not terrible. I don't like it, but it's not terrible. This whole edge over there needs some work. Now, the inside of the mouth, of course, we don't want lipstick just painted on the inside of the mouth. I never made any internals weight masks or anything like that that I can use, unfortunately. We are going to need to paint the inside just to get ourselves a specific shader in a bit, but right now, just accidentally put the upscale node on a 4K image and nuke. Oh geez, dude, you're going to be waiting for a minute. Let's change the size of this a little bit. Okay. Just scale it up. We're just getting rid of the lipstick on the inside of the mouth, okay? She didn't go that crazy with it. Okay, great. So let's go ahead and take this, and then we'll say image, and then we'll hit save, and then we'll call that lips. Can actually always clean this stuff up here as well. Like, we know that this internal aspects here we don't want because that's probably on the inside of the mouth. So we can actually easily paint out a lot of this pretty simply by just going over here to our 2D side of the UV unwrapped image. So now I'll hit image, save, and let's go back over to our layout here. Okay. Let's go ahead and add in a new principled BSDF with that new pink color, because she's got pink lips, right? She's got pink lips. She got pink lips, guys. Okay. Let's do that something a little more subtle, not too crazy. And we'll probably want the roughness to be much lower on this, you know, because it's lips, you know, it's lips. Are you gonna finish this today? I am planning on finishing it today. Yes, that is the plan. Today should be the last day we're working on this. And so this right here, I think for like the base texture of the lips, it's not a bad look. The only other thing I want is some lines. So if we could do that pretty easily by going into a let's find another gradient texture. Let's load this gradient texture. Let's load in some masks here. Let's go to object settings, and then let's find, I think, radial maybe. So we got quadratic, spherical, diagonal. Let's use a RGB curves on this as well. Oh, not a curves. Color ramp is what we really want. Let's go see what this looks like. So if we boost that, then that's down. Let's use generated. What does UV look like? Pretty bad. Now with the object though, let's go ahead and use a value node and then plug this into our scale and then make this a larger number. The larger this number is, it should, does it not repeat? I feel like it should repeat. Yeah, 4.2 is definitely a learning curve for me because I'm just so used to old Blender. Do generated. Increase this value. I guess not. Trying to get lines, guys. How do we do lines? Oh. Let's see. Our gradient texture, easing, quadratic, spherical. Want repeat lines. Oh, we might be able to do this with a texture generator. Not a magic texture. What is this? Noise texture. And change this to 2D. Change our scale, I think. That's already kind of giving us the effect that we want. I want to stretch these out. So we'll open up texture masks. And then scale on the y-axis here. A wave texture. That is not a bad idea. Let's plug that into... Let's change out noise texture to wave texture. Yes! That's what I was looking for. Haha! You are awesome. Gorgeous. Gorgeous. That works really well. Of course, if we just plugged in as object now, that's going to map everything better. Let's change the scaling here to be a little bit smaller. I will say I do want it to blur a little bit more. Let's first do that. Then add in the detail between the detail scale. What does that do? Oh, that's pretty cool. Detail roughness. And that's bands, rings, X, Y, sine, saw. Triangle. I like triangle the best. We use color ramp. And change the black value here to be kind of more of a gray, I suppose. Okay, great. I like this now. Let's use an RGB node with the pink value of our initial pink value. Let's use a curve, like an RGB curve. Down slightly. And let's see, we got to clean this up a little bit. We got a lot going on here. All right. That's there. And then use a mix color node. That's going to have this plugged into the FAC, that plugged into that, and then this plugged into that. So now we're going to have our lips be a little bit more nondescript. Let's see. Let's make that a little bit smaller. I don't know what I'm going for here, honestly. I go for something a little more subtle. There we go. Very subtle. Nothing crazy, okay? And then this then gets plugged directly into our base color. And then let's actually more so use this effect here and plug this into our roughness. Do they have an offset? No, they don't. Let's use a color ramp again of this. I'm going to plug this directly into our roughness down here. So that's going to give us overall our lips. And then let's use a mix shader now. From the lips here to the FAC. And then, of course, this plugged into the bottom value. Now, all of this, by the way... Oh, God, this is getting very messy. Just select all of this. We're going to move this back to where the body is. So we've got our rosy cheeks. That's mixing there. Okay. Let's get rid of this. That's not needed yet. So this is all of this guy. This is the lips. Or not the lips. This is the highlight. We can do all of this afterwards. So we can move that all over there. Delete that guy. Now we've got this mix shader. Let's plug this guy into the top value. And then this mix shader, we just replace it all the way to the end. So now we've got ourselves some lips that we're going to want to desaturate a little bit. Go back to HSV. Let's desat that. And overall, we can use a color ramp. How's it going, the artist desk? Welcome into the live stream vertical chat. Use a color ramp on this top bit here. And for everything that's white, we're just going to lessen it to be like more gray. To make her lips not feel so, you know, make them feel a little bit more blended in. That's going to plug into our mix shader that we have there. Of course, we can always make this a little more saturated like we had before. So this is the full lipstick color. And then in this gray value here, the more white it is, the more we're going to see of those lips. Okay, guys. I mean, we're getting there. We're getting there. Slowly but surely. Looks purple. Make it quite pink. I mean, it feels pink to me. Never mind. Oh, okay. Let's see. So that's her lips. I mean, they're pretty subtle. They're not supposed to be anything crazy. And then we're supposed to do the inside of her mouth there as well. So let's go ahead and do that. We're going to do the same thing that we just did. So, of course, just keep everything organized as we're going along here. And you do the same thing we just did with the lips. And actually, I might want the lips to happen afterwards just in case we have any screw-ups here. So what we'll do is we'll create another image texture. Okay. Scroll in on this guy here. Hit New. Mouth. New image. Now if we go into texture paint, got our whole character here, okay? All we need to do is paint the inside of this mouth white, because that's the area which we are selecting. Now let's try to select that as much as possible. And I don't know what this is, but if we paint that, where does that come up? Is that just the whole mouth? Okay, and then now let's paint this outside off. We don't want this anymore. And we don't have to be super clean with it. We mostly just have to get all the areas that are not lips. Because we could use our lips mat that we already created to subtract from whatever's here. So, hello, how's it going, Maximus? Welcome into the chat. And there we go. I mean, we still have the top of the lips here selected, but don't worry too much about that. Because what we're going to do is we'll hit save here. Save this as mouth.png and then go back over here into our layout. We now have this mouth texture. What we're going to do is let's use a mix color node. And here's our mouth. And everywhere that our factor is happening, we want to mix in a black color value. Okay. And we can take that from our actual lips here. So if we take the lips color value here and plug that into FAC, it will automatically subtract everything on the outside. So if we go and view this, you'll see that we are subtracting on the outside of the lips there. Why there is not a super chat option? There might actually be within the next week or two. I'm like this close to getting monetized, guys. Like it's like 200 public watch hours away from it. So if you guys want to help me out, go watch some of the breakdown videos. We did a whole one that was released last week on how to make a drone visual effects shot. If you guys don't want to watch it, just hit the play button and let it play in the background, or any of our previous live streams. If you guys watch those, because the way YouTube counts monetization is not on live streams. They don't care about live streams. They care about everything that happens after live streams. So yeah, if you guys want to help me out, go watch one of the other videos, have it play in the background, queue up a bunch of them inside of something, and then go to school or work or whatever for the day and just let it play. We'll con the YouTube system. Hey, don't tell YouTube I said that, okay? Okay, so this is going to give us everything that's on the inside of the mouth here. And I want to mix that before we do the lips. So the lips are being done at this mix shader node here. So let's go ahead and back this off a little bit. We want to have this happen on this A strand here before it goes in. Oh, that's on the A strand here before it goes into this top shading value. So with that being said, we've got this matte. Let's move this down. We'll do another mix shader node, and this value will get plugged into the FAC of that. And what we need now is the internal mouth texture. I'm going to go ahead and just duplicate this principled BSDF that we have here. What the heck? Oh, there's two of them. They were so perfectly lined up, I didn't realize there were two of them. So we're going to duplicate this bottom one here. And we're just going to make this a darker purplish value. And that should get plugged into this shader input here. So now if we go ahead and view this, we'll see that. I might just make this a little bit lighter. So we don't really want it dark in there as much as it is the inside of a mouth. You can't stop laughing. But yes, that should be the inside of the mouth there. And then, of course, then we mix the lips back on top of everything there. Keep everything clean. I like that. That looks really good. And then, of course, the teeth are already white. So, I mean, we don't really have to do terribly too much to that. Might even not throw a shader on it. Go ahead and hit the save button there. And there you go. So just using those mattes gives us the ability to really control a lot of that stuff. Wait, what did I miss? Don't end up like Kanye? You can't stop. Wait, I don't understand. I don't understand what happened. What did I miss? Let's go ahead and minimize this. I don't think we're going to need to make any adjustments to that either. Is there a backdrop? Or how do you make boxes like you can in Nuke? I actually don't know how to do that. Inside of Blender. Those freckles do come in there though. Let's go ahead and save button and look at the rest of everything else that's going on here. Laughing gas? He's abusing laughing gas? Wait, what does abusing laughing gas mean? Like to his audience at the thing? Like his concert or whatever? Or on himself? Is it abusing it to use it on yourself though? Is that still considered abusing? Okay, great. That ends, I think, the skin. But you'll notice that we still have this hard edge here on the skin. And how are we going to stop that? Well, this is going to be done by creating discs that are going to emit off of the body of the character. Because inside of our photo here, you'll notice that there's all these particles like coming off of the skin and all of that. And so in order for us to generate that, we kind of need to do the same thing. So let's go ahead and do that real quick. We're going to turn this into solid view, not material view. It's like how the Joker uses laughing gas in Gotham. Is the Joker the one that does that? I thought that was Scarecrow. Oh no, he uses the scare gas. I'm getting that all confused. You're right. Yeah, Joker does use the laughing gas. I'm going to create a whole new particle system here, guys. This one we're just going to keep as regular default settings right now. But if we turn this on and we just view this, you'll notice that it's just emitting a crap ton of particles here, which isn't really helping us. We'll create a new plane. Let's create a new plane. And then rotate this on the y-axis here, 90 degrees. We'll just scale that down. And then this plane here, is our particle. So we'll call it particle. And let's go ahead and put this under... We'll keep it under character, but let's create a new collection under character called particles. And we'll place that under particle. And now if we... Oh no, we don't want to add a particle on a particle. That would be too crazy for me. Call that skin. We'll go over to our particle object here, and then let's add in skin as its material. The only other thing that we may want to do is we'll go into a... let's add in a gradient texture. Compared to the reference image, yours looks insane. Oh, thank you so much, Maximus. I appreciate that. Working on it. We're getting there. I mean, this obviously doesn't look good, but, you know, we're working on it. I'm going to, for right now anyways, let's go over to our particle system that we just generated. We'll call this skin particles, and we'll just turn those off because we don't need to see that right now. But this plane right here, let's work on creating a spherical shape. If we add in this gradient texture as linear, we can see really what we were doing earlier. We're going to want to find a spherical option. Obviously, it's going to put it up in the top corner because right now we're not telling the vectors where to place themselves. But if we make sure to just plug in object into our mapping option, it will actually center our particle sphere to the correct location. Now, what does this get us to do? Well, we can create now a plane with a nice fall off to it into a transparency. So if we use like a, not a mix node, a mix shader node, and we add in a transparent BSDF, and we plug this into the top value, and then our total mix shader that we have for the rest of the skin into the bottom value here. And then we plug this gradient texture into the FAC, and then we plug this shader node into the surface, and we go ahead and view that. Now we're going to get ourselves a skin particle that is basically appearing here. Now we will want to make sure that we duplicate our overall material here and just call this particle. And then our regular skin here, we're just going to bypass that effect that we just did there. So let's go ahead and plug that into our surface and delete the rest of our nodes here. So now we're going to have a nice skin texture here, but then obviously we're going to create like kind of these like tiny little bokehs that are going to appear. Now we can control how much of this is falling off, how much it's falling off and all that by just adding in another color ramp, plugging that into this value here. And if we just view this, this will make it a lot easier. Just go ahead and just, you know, add in a little bit of a sharper edge to this thing. Now we go view this. And that's great. Now we've got like a little tiny fall off that's basically happening on our character. So here's the other thing we can do. Inside of our particle that we have selected here, we want to make sure that this is pointing towards the camera, okay? And we can just orient that ourselves like so. Or we can go into our modifier settings, and then we can say track to, I think we say track to, or no, it's under constraints. I think that's what it is. Yeah. Right, you can't search on that still. But if we say now we got this, we could say track to camera, I believe. And now it's going to be pointing towards the camera. And I'm just going to apply that for right now. Although you can keep that as an option in here. And so that way when we generate our particles, all of our particles will be pointing towards the camera. So now we go back to our skin modifier that we already have here. Go to our particles that we already have, and then click on the skin option. And under render, instead of halo, let's click on object. And under object, let's select our particle that we have. So now we've got our particle. And now all we have to do is turn that on, go back to frame 0, and then let it emit all of our particles. Now they're going to be really small at first. I'm going to set the scaling to 1. Let's set the scale randomness to 0.9. So that way we've got a difference of 0.9 between all of our different particle sizes. And then let's make sure that we copy object rotation from the particle that we actually have. Next up, we're going to make some changes to our overall particle settings. Watch out, your PC is going to explode like a nuclear bomb while rendering. Yes, possibly. But let's not worry about that right now, okay? We're not worried about that at all. Never worry about the computer exploding, because that's only probably going to happen. I'm going to actually make this a lot less frames over here, so that way we can loop through this really quickly. Because we don't need a lot of frames. We basically just need to make our changes quickly. Next up, these particles don't have gravity. So we can actually go to our particle settings, and we can go to field weights, and then turn off gravity. And then let's go and play that. Now they're just kind of floating everywhere. Next up, let's set the end values to 200. That's totally fine. Let's set the frame start to -50. So that way we already have a bunch of particles on the first frame. And then we're going to make sure that these don't float outwards too far. So let's go to our probably our velocity settings here and remove some velocity. Let's go to our physics. Let's increase the dampening and the drag. And now they're just kind of sitting there. So let's decrease that a bit. Let's set frame start to -1 and frame end to 1. And then let's see. Let's set the drag to be a bit higher and the dampening to be a bit higher. Let's remove the dampening. What do we get from that? So it's the ever-expandingness of it. I mean, for a still image, this might actually work, but the next thing we need to do is go over here to our scale and change this to 0.1 maybe. Let's try 0.3. Might do 0.2. 0.15. And we'll change, let's see, the dampening, the brown. I don't think I want brownie up there. Let's change this to like a 0.1. Oh, let's see. Lifetime is 50. We'll set that to 100. Let's change. I don't want them to fly off so fast. So I thought that was dampening, but it really just like sits there. Which is not at all what I want. I also don't know why they're so far away from the skin. Let's see, we gotta play with this till we get the right results, guys. But basically what this is going to do is I'll just show you. Now where all of these particles are, it's actually generating particles of the skin. Don't forget to add the fog spectrum effect to the background so it looks more realistic. Yeah, we're gonna get to that in a bit. That's later, man. That's later, okay? Let's see. We also kind of want the overall skin texture effect to only be the thing that we're using. So let's use that. Oh, interesting. Wait a second. I forgot that that's what that was doing. So it's instancing the particles. Let me select the particle. And then I want to select... That's going into the mix shader. That's great. This guy can plug into our B input. So that way the particles are only a single color rather than them being pink as well. We'll keep that in for right now. And then, let's see. We'll set this frame start to 0. I don't know why the particles are so far off from the emitter. That doesn't really make any sense. Vertex texture groups. It should be emitting right off of the... And then let's just add like 20, 1, 2, 3. 20,000 particles. Swap that to render view. And let's change the scaling of these guys. Let's do that. Let's change the scaling of them to be smaller. I don't know where it is. There it is. 0.01. And we got 20,000 particles. Let's see, 0.01 is too small. 0.03. And maybe we add interpolated, which I don't actually know what that's going to do. Which I don't think interpolated did anything. There we go. So then we set that to that. 0.03. Let's do 0.05. Set that back to that value. Go back to 1. How'd I learn Blender? I'm self-taught for the most part. Oh, these really fly off fast. I wish they didn't. Oh, man. Set that to 0 velocity. Is that going to help me? No. Oh, that's great. That was the issue. 0.01, 0.1. I mean, it was set to 1, so now that's a little too fast still. 0.04. Now we turn off all of these guys. Do 0.01. And then we can do frame start -10 or -100. And then let's set this lifetime to be like 25. So that way we have new ones spawning. I'm creating kind of particles that are emitting off of her body. That'll be using a similar shader to her skin. So that way, in which case, by the way, Victor, we might go with doing the purple inside of like a light, actually. And then just use the same exact shader for everything else here. Let's go look at the particle real quick. What does that look like? Where's that coming from? Here, not the lips. And not the shadow. And this one is including the shadow. Let's get rid of the shadow. And then our particles that we have, let's lighten them a bit. There we go. That way they're not super off from what everything else is, but we're still going to get kind of like the effect coming off the skin here. Next up, let's go to our emitter here. Let's just add a whole nother number to that. This is where we blow our computer up, boys. Just render that out real quick. Or save that and then hit the render view real quick. Nice to meet you. See you later. Gonna head off. It's at about 11 p.m. Well, hey, great. Nice to meet you, Maximus. We do live streams like this once a week, so make sure to hit the subscribe button. And I'll see you next week, hopefully, as we're doing like a whole new video. Are you headed out as well, Anemo? Nice checking in. Let's use for this mission strength on these particles. Let's actually make them a little bit brighter on the particles that are being emitted here. Let's make that... Oh, whoa. Yeah, that's right. I keep forgetting that I'm selecting the wrong particle. There we go. Let's do 0.5 on these particles that are being emitted off of the skin here, so that way they're actually brighter than the skin itself. Oh, you're not leaving? Gotcha. I wasn't sure. Kind of creating like these discs off of the skin here now. I don't like seeing it as much, though, on the front of the face. Let's fix some of this. I think the scaling is also off a little bit. These guys are still a little too large. So 0.05, let's set this to like a 0.036 maybe. And then let's see, 0.01, let's do 0.005. Might actually, wait a second. The end, let's set that to like 20. Always emitting particles, I think. There we go. That actually might work better. Oh, that's a lot better. Okay, great. I still don't like the fact that it's emitting in the area of like her mouth. We can kind of fix that, I think. So we can use this vertex groups. We can use a vertex group to basically not emit from specific areas. I think we only want edges. I'm not quite sure how we could have that so it's always knows what the vertex group closest to a camera would be. I'm not actually sure how you could do that. But for us anyways, we can go and create ourselves a vertex group. So if we go over here and let's swap this into 3D viewport. We'll go ahead and just save our work as we're moving along here. Let's create a whole new vertex group, and we'll call this face. Go into weight paint with that face selected. We're basically going to want to, not with subtract, but with the add option here, we don't want to emit anything from, you know, like the area where the eyes are or where the mouth is. You still want it to emit on parts of the face, but, you know, I don't want it to emit over these specific areas. Might actually use a subtract here, because I kind of want it to emit in this area, but not the mouth. There we go. So now we go back into object mode, hit save. Select this guy, and if we go into particle edit mode now, we can select the invert of our face, which I just realized I don't think there is an invert option here. So go back into weight paint. With our face selected, we do weights invert. And then there we go. Now we go back out to object mode. Select our density to be face. And then let's re-cache. I was just looking at frame 10, so... yeah, it lags a little bit. I mean, that's what happens when you deal with thousands of particles. And there we go. Already, that's doing pretty good for us. It's creating kind of like these little circular particles that we're getting off of the character all around here. I think we can go in and do some lighting tricks now to kind of like create that same aesthetic that we're going for. So let's create, for instance, a edge light on the back shoulder of her here. Let's go in here and then we'll just increase this edge light a little bit. And then let's duplicate that and create another edge light on this side, but it's going to be kind of like that purplish effect that we were doing. Find the amount of brightness that we really want on this. So let's do 10 maybe. Looks pretty good. Let's just back that up a little bit. And let's see. We're only doing character, but we're going to want to do particle as well. So let's select particle, drag that in there. That way we're making sure we are grading our particles. You have the jankiest nuke script going right now, but it's working? Well, hey, what works, works. Don't break it, you know? Let's go ahead and save that. Now, these particles here are not lighting up how that face was emitting light, so... Let's see. Might want to select the particle and then select skin on these guys. Skin particle. What did I just do? Unlag, please. There we go. I'm just going to move you down so that way we can see. Or move you up here. Yeah, there we go. Let's plug this into the bottom. Maybe I have to... Kids Like Those... Wait. I have a... Kids Like Those are Cartoon Network, but behind the scenes is too hard to make it. Respect for you. Oh, yeah. For sure. Well, thank you. I'm kind of wanting... Okay. Let's see if we could do it this way. Let's go to 3D Viewport. Let's add in an empty, I think. We can add in a sphere here. Just move that upwards. And then if we select this guy here, or what is this empty called? Hello? There we go. Call it direction. And then we'll go into our shader editor now, and then let's add in an image texture. Or no. We need to... Let's see, we've got our object here. For right now, I'm going to turn off this skin particle, because that's what's causing all the lag. And then I'm going to... add in our direction as our object that we want to correlate with. Okay. And if I grab this guy now and rotate him, I should be able to control how the direction of this object is affecting our overall sphere here. Okay. Oh, wait a second. Yeah. Is that how that works? Is it like where the object is like in reference to the rest of the body? So you have your object mapping from the direction thing here. Just view this just to see exactly what's going on. This will probably play back a little bit faster. While we're doing this, I'm just going to turn off our environment for right now, as well as our memories, because that's what's causing all the lag. Let's see, memories and instances. There we go. And basically what I'm trying to do is create a mask based off of the orientation of this object. So there we go. Perfect. So now we select this character here. Are you making a simulation or the same image as the picture? Are you making an image? Just the same picture. And then now we go ahead and add in a color ramp, which that color ramp is too much. But if we added, that was because that was the old values that we were going with. Add a color ramp in here, and then we'll just blacken this up a little bit as well. We're just going to try to move this fall off to be a little bit further back. Wonderful. Okay, great. And so that way, that's based off of our object coordinates. Well, here's the best part. Is because it's based off of the object coordinates, that means all of our particles will be following the same exact rules. Okay? So we're going to use this, plug that into our FAC. Or at least they should be following the same rules. So now we go ahead and view that. I think I was supposed to invert these options. Plug that there, and then that into the regular color node there. Fantastic. And then we lessen the amount of our black. And that should give us a nice kind of like purplish glow on the side there. Great. Now let's take this. I'm going to copy this, save it, and then go select our particles that we have, which we can enable again. Go back to solid view real quick so we can cache this out. Go back to like frame 10. If we go to render view on this and then we select our particle that we have, what we want are these particles here to be just as purple. So we're going to go ahead and paste our nodes that we already created. And then we just take this guy and we plug this into the FAC. We invert these options here. And then voila. Should give us purpler nodes over there. Which it did not. Do particles not get affected like the rest of the... Oh, there we go. I just need to adjust the color ramp options here, I think. And let's see, let's increase this to about there. And about there as well. So all of these particles will then be purple. So then we go back over here. We view this guy. And voila. Now all the particles coming off on this side are purple. Sorry, guys. That took way longer to do than I anticipated. But basically, that comes down to just using the object of our direction empty that we have in there. And then that's going to color things based off of that value rather than the individual particles. Because the individual particles didn't really understand the orientation of the initial emission that they were coming from. But as usual, if you guys want these project files, you can find them on Patreon. It's that way you can mess around with them there. And then that way you don't have to follow along the YouTube video. Okay. That being said, though, let's see. That's all done there. So that's it's kind of like the skin particles that we have going on. Let's add in our instances, our memories, and our environment. I would say also, let's go to solid view here. I kind of want to cache out this because I think I'm happy with the way it looks. I just need it to be cached. So we're just going to play this back here real quick. If we select that, you'll notice that that's an orange bar there. All we have to do is go over to our particle settings now, and we can go under cache, and then I can say bake. What this is going to do, it's going to bake all of our frames that we have here. And I believe I only have that many frames, so we don't have to worry about it. Let's go ahead and save that. We're just going to go to frame 10 now, and that should never disconnect our particles again. Okay? We're good with that. Okay, fine. What's my next plan to make? Well, I'm going to finish up this render today. But next week, we're going to be jumping into a visual effects CG shot again. So that'll be super fun. I'm really excited about that. I've already got a plan, but I don't want to spoil it for you guys. So I'm going to move that off frame there so that way we don't see it. Okay, so that's all done. Let's go ahead and try to tackle the hair now. Okay, so we'll go into here. We're going to add in a new material this time. Hit new, and then we'll call this hair. And hair is going to be a little trickier because we'll notice that inside of our hair that each of these strands is going to have their own separate kind of like color and shading to them. Oh, you know, well, we'll get to that in a second. Once we get to the eyes, I'll do the eyeliner and all that stuff as well. I just realized I forgot the eyeliner. I've done all the other parts of the makeup, but I didn't do the eyeliner. Oh, she's got eyebrows too. Probably should do that. But for right now, let's go ahead and tackle this hair. So, first of all, we can swap this over to a principled hair BSDF. This right off the bat is going to give us some nice looking hair, but this is not going to be what we want. Okay, so let's go ahead and we're gonna do some different grads of the hair. Okay, so let's get hair info here. How do we get the info? Is it point info, object info? I think we can get object info. Let's set that to render. And then inside of our hair particle settings, we're going to need to turn all of these into the hair settings here. Set all of these individually to hair. I'll get more viewers. You can make a cyber building with a whole city. You guarantee the viewers? Okay, great. So let's get started on her hair now. So she's got kind of like this overall blue hair. So we could swap this color. Let's just make it a little bit brighter. Let's find a blue, very electric blue looking color. But it's also emitting quite a bit of materials itself, and it's got particles within inside of the hair. Did I miss a hair thing? Hair. hair. She does have a bald spot there. I don't know how I missed that, guys. She does. How did I miss that? You guys literally were saying that earlier. That's hilarious. Let's use the comb option here and just comb up some of this stuff. It's the tuft on the back. That's the wild hairs. What did I do here? Let's use the add tool here and just add a few hairs that we can comb into this spot. She just straight up had a bald spot. Oopsies. We'll just comb that down as well. There we go. So let's go back to object mode and voila. That fixes her bald spot that she had. I didn't even see that. Or it doesn't even, well, I guess it doesn't fix it. We can always add more hairs into the children as well to help patch that up. Go back into particle edit mode. And then we'll do add. Go back to combing. Back to object mode. Gonna have to fix that, I think. This is now gonna bother me that I see into her skull. Back to particle edit mode. Perfect fix. That works. Okay, great. Let's go ahead and work on this hair. Okay. So she's got kind of like these hair particles throughout her strands. And we can kind of do that by creating these specks. Now, these specks can be made using maybe like a Voronoi. I believe a Voronoi texture, which we'll set to some texture coordinates, and I'll make sure that's set to object rather than generated. And then with this Voronoi, we can maybe add in a color ramp. And let's just plug the color into this as well. And set the scale to like a really large number. 95 looks pretty good. And with the color ramp, let's just go ahead and make that quite a bit more crunchy, because we don't need particles everywhere. She doesn't have sparkles everywhere. She's got them pretty intermittent. Let's do 120. Got a gradient texture. And then we can do they... I swear hair info used to be a thing. particle info. Yeah, object info. Got all the infos, guys, except for the one I want. Curve info. Oh, okay. So they changed the name to curve info. Okay. So then we got this option for is strand. Then we can use this with a color ramp. Yeah, curve info. You got it, Hasselhoff. I forgot that they changed the whole thing to be called curves, rather. We'll swap this over to a B-spline, I think, or... No, let's keep it as cardinal. I have no clue why this is not working, but it should. Is strand length? Is it length? I guess that kind of works to what we're trying to do. Her hair tends to be lighter on the edges than it is at the center. It's like it's darker on the center and then it gets lighter on its way out. So that's what I'm trying to do right here. Let's see. So it's like under her hair is going to be quite a bit brighter. So let's use this as a emission shader, I believe, is what we would like. So let's plug that into the color of the emission shader. It's either that or we could use like a principled BSDF with the exact same shader. I think the emission is just not going to give us enough detail. And so that way we could do that with a mix shader. So this is on the bottom value. Let's take this value here and just make it a little bit more electric blue. Put that on the top value. And then we'll use this guy plugged into that mix shader. So that should give us two different values for the hair. One is going to be a little bit darker and the other one's going to be a little bit brighter. I actually might need to swap these. Oh, I definitely had that the other way. I think I just want to see it a little bit better. Actually, let's take this guy and plug that into this value here. And then let's take this value here and then just make it a little bit less. There we go. I think the intercept can color a curve along the length of it. Yes. Then we'll just make this a little bit darker. And then overall her hair should probably be a little bit thinner. It's pretty thick right now, is it not? Like each strand should be thinner. Let's try that. We need to go into our hair settings here and double this up, 2222, but then make the hair shape of this half the size. We really should do that with all of them. So let's do 0.25, so it's going to be a fourth of the size, and then 4 times more. So 44, 44. And let's do that with all of these guys. So we've got this guy, so this should be 200, 200, And then we'll go down to hair shape and set that to 0.25. Eight and 8, and then again set this to 0.25. And then set this particle system 3 here to 40 and 40. And then the hair shape here set to that to 0.25. And that's already looking a bit better. Not loving this color. Whoopsies. Let's delete that. Put this into the top value here. And then change the roughness here to none. Our hair is quite like pattery, is it not? Radial roughness. Let's turn off the environment and our memories and our instances. Just so that way I could just work directly on our hair. Not any problems. They did change all of this, so it's like very different now. Yeah, I think that can work. It's probably going to work better. I'm not actually sure what this other color value is really doing. Swap those. Let's view that result. And then let's... That's a lot better. Now I kind of want like random strands throughout to be very light. Now we do have this particle system here, which is just like this very like the wild hairs that we added. Yeah. This guy, let's go ahead and create a whole new hair particle. So let's just duplicate this. This will be the wild hairs. Oopsies. Add new hair particle. Hair. Duplicate this to the wild one. And inside of here, let's use only this surface output. I kind of want to have it a bit of an emission too. Set that emission to 1. And then go over here to our hair particle system and then set that to wild hairs. So that way we've got our wild hairs kind of like popping out a little bit more. You think it's more saturated? Yeah, you're probably right. Let's swap over to our main color of our hair. And then change this value here to be a little bit more saturated. And then also brighter, I think. Wow, this hair is Not making me feel good right now about that. Fixed quite a bit of this in comps. That's why I'm not too concerned about it. But this just looks so bad right now. Okay, so then we've got this Voronoi textures with all of these kind of like speckles throughout. That's good. Let's make these a little bit more apparent. Those speckles. And then let's use an emission node of, let's emit this color here. And then a mix shader node. Plug this into that value, this into that value, because the whites is always on the bottom. Which I'll be honest, I don't know why white is on the bottom for the mix shader. It kind of, I don't know, in my head almost doesn't make sense. But yeah, that's going to now add all these speckles throughout our strands here. And it's going to be doing it on all of the strands, which isn't what we want. Instead, we only want it to do on certain strands. So let's do this. We got our curve info here. Let's duplicate this. And let's look at the intercept value here. Swap this to a color ramp. That's pretty cool. I like that. And then can't we do a random, like an object, or should be a way to, oh yeah, it's this random value down here. So let's do color ramp. And let's set this to constants. Half black, half white. Set this to random there. And now, let's actually lessen the amount of white strands. Way less. So now it's only going to be a few hairs. And then let's go into here, and then we'll do mix color. And then this is going to be our factor. We'll take this guy, plug this into our B input, and then we'll make this just black. So now it's going to have the fade only on the specific hairs that we are pointing at. Connor, are you trying to make Coco scene when he was like half invisible? I think I really got a personal channel with 2 tutorials, but I don't. Like my English and editing is non-existent. Victor, you got to get into it, man. Let's take these strands that we have here. We're going to use this for our emission when we want to have our emission. Okay. So right now, this values here are all of our dots that we're creating, but we want those dots to only appear on specific strands of hair. Okay. So we've got 2 different mats here, technically 3. And we're going to be using another mix color node. And we're going to set this to black. Actually, I need to set the A input to black. And basically, we need to take this circle value here, plug this into the B input of every single time it sees white, which is on the factor here. So now if we go look at this, it's only going to have the dots in certain parts of the hair rather than it having it everywhere, which is what we had before. If we go view this now, you'll see that the particles are everywhere, but now we're only doing them in like certain parts. So then this can then get plugged all the way back here to where it's emitting that blue color, which we have here. Let's go ahead and view that now. We should have our hair, and then at certain parts of that hair, we're going to have this electric blue kind of light up. Let's do it. Set that to 10. Just used ST maps in Nuke for the first time. Really cool to adjust the scale and transformation of certain objects. Oh yeah, dude. No, ST maps are OP. So now with that being there, you can see that we got all of these like little bright dots inside of her hair, which is, you know, what her character has. So that's pretty fantastic. Okay, we might actually want to increase the amount of dots that we have also. So let's see. Currently that's coming from here. This is the amount of dots in relation to each other. So if we set that to like a 95, I'll have bigger dots. Whereas if we set this to like a 200, I'll have a lot smaller dots that we can use more often. So let's go ahead and view that now. Should have more lights on her hair closer to each other. And let's make sure that this value is set to a higher number. Perfect. Might be pretty good. I might want to adjust this value here. I don't want the black to be coming up quite as much. Go ahead and save that. Awesome. Well, that's looking pretty good. I'm a little bit happier with that. We can always fix, by the way, the saturation and stuff like that inside of comp. So I'm not too concerned about getting this perfect here because I know that we can always make more adjustments later on. But this isn't killing me. I mean, I'm not a huge fan of the character so far, but you know, we're not, we're not done yet. So we need to add in some makeup now though for our characters. So let's go ahead and add in a new image texture. Go in here and add new, and we're going to call this makeup. Hit new as well. Now if we go over to our texture paint option, we're going to want to paint in this area around the eyes. So let's go ahead and do that. I'm going to turn off the skin particles because that's lagging up our system as we're working on other stuff. We're going to get this eyebrow makeup in here, okay? So let's go ahead to our tools and then make sure we've got white selected. And don't worry too much about making any mistakes because we can always go back and fix it. Besides, I'm just using a regular mouse to paint this, so I'm gonna make mistakes. There we go. That's one eye down. Let's do the other eye as well. Oop, that's going to be a fixable thing right there. Guys, this is a lot harder to do than you think with a mouse. Whew. Okay, so let's just clean that up. Clean this up down here. Clean this up here. Then I think we just need to thicken up the top a little bit more. Okay, great. So that's the eyes. And let's go over here to image save. Save that as makeup for the top. I mean, if we had any other makeup, we could do it there as well. But I think that's it. So let's go over here to layout. And for her eyes, it's basically just this dark blue, right? So let's use a principled BSDF with, you know, our makeup dark blue, purplish, bluey, purple, blue, whatever. Right there, right? And then, I mean... use a mix shader node here, but I don't want to do it at the end of our whole stack. We got to do it before the purple happens. So this right here is mixing the lips on, so we'll probably want to do it around there. That's totally fine. So we'll use this makeup picture that we just implemented, and then our color of our makeup. And then let's plug this into the bottom of this shader. And that is very out there. Let's desat it a bit. Change the brightness here. And then we can always change the color ramp here as well, to not be quite so white. Could be a little bit more mixed into the rest of the face. Make sure that blends a little bit better too. And a little more blue. And a little brighter. Going for more blue, less purple. And yeah, I mean, that's already, guys, we're getting there. We're getting there. It's slowly but surely taking shape. It's becoming more and more of the character that we're going for. You know, let's see. That's the makeup. Let's, we could add, she doesn't really have eyelashes, so not really a point to do that. But we can get into some of these eyeballs here. Now, here's the thing about these eyeballs. We're going to want to have like 2 layers basically to these eyes. We're going to want to have the eye outside and then the eye kind of inside, which is going to be the less glossy aspect of the eyeball. Let's go ahead and first add a new material into here, and we'll call this eyeball. We can go into edit mode on these, and let's just duplicate these eyes and scale these down on individual origins ever so slightly. And this is going to be somewhat challenging, I think. Because I didn't set up my UVs correctly on this. If we go into a gradient texture and then add in a radial effect and just view that, add then a texture coordinates node and then swap an object to our texture coordinates. Let's see where that leaves us with the circle. It's pretty off. Instead of object, let's use UV. And let's change this to value. might be able to do this with another object node. Let's see. That's really interesting. That's not what we're going for. Let's use a... It's not at all what we're going for. This is just going to be difficult because I didn't... these eyes are both different. It's a lot easier when it's just a sphere. Which we might just do because otherwise this is going to be very tricky. Need the object. It said add an empty in. And if we add in a sphere, and we select our eyeball, and the sphere is called eyes, which we can keep under our character. And then now let's select these eyes here inside of our shader direction. Hey Ignace, welcome into the chat. So this eyes object is going to be plugged into the mapping node now. And that's plugged into this color ramp. Let's do it this way. And then take this sphere here. Oh, these are not lining up. You've tracked of drama into Blender with GeoTracker. I have some elements which are in 2D, and I want to attach those elements to the track geometry with accurate color. Please help me out to do it. Attach those elements to the track geometry with accurate color. Well, that's like a bit of compositing as well as it's like a half and half. You're looking at compositing as well as doing CG, so it's a slight bit of, you know, difference between those. I do have a whole tutorial talking about adding in CG stuff that I just released last week. It's the drone video on my YouTube channel. Alright, am I going to have to start over on these eyes? I feel like I'm going to, because I need the UVs to be on these to be exactly the same. Otherwise, I'm going to have to do both of them twice. Yeah, let's go ahead and do that. I'm going to disable character for a second. And then in a new collection, let's create a new collection here. Eyes. Let's create a new mesh. UV sphere. Scale that down. Rotate X or Y 90 degrees. Shade smooth. We can then select our eyeball that we have here. Delete our principled BSDF that we've already got going on. Delete our direction, and then now we have this radial color ramp that we've got. Okay, this is where we're going to use a color ramp associated with this eyeball. I believe spherical should work totally fine for us. And then now if we just maximize the white area on this. Oh, is it spherical that I want? Or it is radial. Let's use UV. Where is it generated? Yeah, it is generated. And then let's use the rotation on this. There we go. The start of an eyeball. Now, I'm going to turn our character back on and then move this guy over. I'm hoping what I can do here is use a sphere projection. Or... and then over here, let's use a UV editor. Oh, but it's generated. It's not using UVs. Interesting. I'll do all transforms. Okay, well, let's just do this whole eyeball on this side then. So basically what eyeballs are broken down into three parts. You've basically got your sclera on the outside. You've got the blue area right here, which is going to be the iris. And then you've got the pupil on the inside of that. So that's how we basically have to look at doing this eyeball here. So first of which, we're going to do our sclera. So that's this big ol' area on the outside. That's our white area. That's our sclera. Done. We've already did it. Okay? Just join these two areas here together. Next up, we basically need to create the pupil on the inside, and that's going to break up all the different aspects of this gradient that we have. So now let's go view this guy over here. We're going to bring our white to be larger, or smaller, actually, is what we really want. So we'll take this black area here, and we make this quite a bit smaller. And then we're going to just crunch those numbers up a little bit. Honestly, you can make this a lot easier by just making this a constant. And there you go. So you got your smaller pupil, and then you've got your larger area with inside of that. Now, we're going to use mixed colors between all of this stuff. So let's just... it's either a mixed color or going to be a mix shader. I'm probably going to do a mix shader, but these are going to be our two different mats that we have, and we're going to reference these later on. So let's go ahead and move this over, okay? Now we're going to do all of our work. Now our eye is going to be made up of all of these like strands that are basically going to go out from the center. We're going to use that wave texture that we were using earlier for the lips, but we're going to do our own effect on the eye. So let's use, well, bands could be fine. Rings could be fine too. It kind of depends on what you're going for. I'm going to set this to bands. Let's go ahead, and then we're going to swap this over to a UV, I believe. So that way everything's kind of going to the center of the eyeball that we have here. You can see it kind of doing the stuff over here on our screwed up eye, but we're mostly just going to focus on what we have right now. So then we'll change our scaling for this to be a lot larger, because eyes are going to have quite a bit of these little irises that are kind of like sticking out from the center of your eye. So for the most part, we're just going to be focusing on that right now. Let's go ahead and do that. Let's increase our distortion a little bit, so that way it's got like a bit of an effect going on with inside of the eye, and it's not too perfect. Scale up the detail as well. That's going to give us kind of like this jittery edge to our eye, which also feel a little more specular and realistic. And then this effect we're going to be using on the rest of everything. So let's go ahead and now use a principled BSDF. And let's swap this over to her blue eyes that she has. She has like a blue color like that. And then basically, let's see, let's use a color ramp. And we have this outside edge of her eye right now, but we want to create kind of like an internal like effect from dark blue to light blue that will basically encompass this area of the image. Now we do have our overall gradient here, and we can kind of use a color ramp based off of that. So if we go over here, plug that into the color, should be able to increase this to some value there. We're going to get the same kind of like amount of color changing. And on the outside of the eye, let's see, let's increase that a little bit. This is going to be the darker blue, so let's go ahead and make that darker. And on the inside of the eye, we're going to have the lighter blue, so something like so. Okay. And now, if we use this plus that matte, we're basically going to be chopping off the areas that we don't want. So let's use a mixed color. And actually, I'm just going to plug this directly into our base color that we have here. This is going to be our principled BSDF color that we're using. And let's see, let's use another principled BSDF color, and this is just going to be white. Let's remove saturation. It's all good. Let's use a mix shader now. We're going to be shading between the white value here and then the blue value of the color. And then that's going to be on our iris matte that we already created. So now let's go ahead and just view that. It should come off pretty good. And yeah, so now we're just kind of getting this blue here, and then white should be everywhere else. Which I think I may have... Oh, it's getting the whiteness from the kind of like the rest of the environment all around it. But yeah, let's actually increase the roughness here. We don't need the roughness to be super low, but another thing we could do is we could actually just use a diffuse right now. Diffuse BSDF, plug that into the bottom. Which again, we're kind of getting... I guess we're going to have to kind of ignore that for right now. That's our environment that's kind of lighting the eyeballs, so, you know, that's where that's kind of coming from. So yeah, so then we're getting that blue. Now, we do want to have kind of these... strands, these darker strands in our eyes that are kind of going outwards. And we've already created this wavelet that we could see here that was going to give us that effect. So let's go ahead and swap this over to color ramp. Select all of this stuff and move it back. Increase the blacks of this so that way we're having a lot less white values that are going to be used inside of this matte. Let's go ahead and delete that. Move all this stuff that way. And then now, let's go mix color. We're going to swap this in here. And using this effect here, we're basically going to try to get that darker value into the factor. So now if we go view that, you can see all of those lines being created inside of here. I believe you can blur stuff by using like a math node and then using like a dot point or something. I believe that's a way to do it. I can't remember. There is a way to blur stuff though. But for right now, that'll work. So now if we go view our overall eye, that does work. It does weirdly not center both of these values, which would make sense because this is using UV and then this is using the non-UV aspect of stuff. So let's change the location. That's kind of a cool effect. I mean, that's not what we're going for. Hey, Luke Grants, welcome into the chat. I see you up there. I see you up there. Let's see what that looks like. How much does that change everything by? Oh, whoops. I'm trying to keep that there, but I'm trying to swap this vector out here. No. So our eye is up there, but then like it's centering down there. Maybe I have to rotate because that's coming from the UV. Is this something I can move inside of the UV? Let's go over to our UV editor. I don't know why it's staying centered on that axis of things. Yeah, I really like that. I guess that works. So now I can just take the whole eye, just rotate it down, manually creating my eyeball center. That works for me. I don't know why I had to do that, but there we go, guys. So then that creates those irises that are going on the inside to the eye. You can use white noise for blur things, but it's really messy. Yeah, I know. I saw a video on it from, oh, what's his name? CG something. I forget his name. He does great Blender videos. And he was saying, like, you could kind of cheat the effect of how that works. But I'm too scared to do that myself. I'm going to duplicate everything here and then scale it up slightly. And then we're going to create a new material called outer eye. And then let's create a glass BSDF that is the outer eye. And then for settings on this, let's go down to the shadow settings. I believe we could turn shadow off for this guy. But yeah, for this eyeball now, we have this diffuse here, and I'm not really a fan of that. Let's use an emission maybe. Yeah, there we go. A lot better. And for the eye itself, let's same thing. Colors from here. Change this to a little bit brighter of an eyeball. And let's just hide that. We don't care about you anymore. We don't care about you anymore. There we go. That works. Then here, let's go ahead and now add in the black pupil. So just go up here and then set this to a 0. We're going to use another mix shader here. And this black pupil goes into the bottom of that using this FAC. Which should be the black pupil, right? Oh, I put those inverted. There we go. Let's set that back to a B-spline. Or cardinal, is it? Wait, what? Is it not cardinal? Is it linear? How big do we want these pupils, guys? Okay. And then now we go look at that. It's a little big. Your pupils are a little big, buddy. Still a little big. Oh my gosh. Pretty hard to fine-tune this. There we go. And that's not centered compared to the other one. What the heck? I don't know why my eyes are all messed up, man. Yeah, I will. this eye is down here when it should be there because the center of this is here, which I think all stems from the fact that my coordinates are screwed up here. Yeah, if this uses object... let's see. Oh, that's radializing it. Well, that's interesting. Well, I am screwing this up right now, guys, so... If you change the coordinates, make sure that it works on the actual eye before tweaking the values. Yeah, that's what I'm trying to do right now. I'm going back to the coordinates before we do everything else, because everything's not centered. And it's driving me crazy. I mean, there's... the way I will probably... It's like... I don't want to do it this way, but I can easily just paint this in. So I'm trying not to do that, because I'd like to do it this way. Gives you a lot of customization to be able to control the values in here. Let's see. Let's turn off character for right now. I don't know why that's located in that, but okay. Let's do select. Assign that for right now. Okay. Because that's cheating, Anemo. That's cheating. Oh, I could always use linear. Yeah, let's freaking use linear. Let's go. Let's go. Okay, so linear versus that linear, which is further out, which we're going to add a little bit of a blur on because this is driving me crazy. Okay. Also, let's use a subdivide surface. So that way this eye is actually correct. Okay, great. So we have the overall sclera here. I might want to invert these options. This gets plugged into our value here. But let's use an invert node. We'll invert the color of it. Although, funny enough, I think these are swapped now. So this gets plugged into that one, and then this guy gets plugged into this one. So now this is going to create the white versus blue of everything, which here is this texture here, and this is still using UV instead of the vectors. So let's swap that now, and then let's change the scale of this to 1. Swap that to Z or diagonal. What does that do? I don't want to do X. I want it to go outwards. The eyes are the interest of the soul, and that's why it's important to nail them. Yes. Yes, it is. Although I have no clue why this is happening. I basically want... Maybe it's not rings. And maybe it's not the wave texture that I need. Although, I mean, I know it is, but... Let's use... What is... I haven't looked at magic in forever. Oh, geez, that's the reason why. Not a fan. Hasselhoff, do you have an idea on how to convert this vector of the wave textures so that way it does stay centered on the area that it is centered on here, but instead of it being rings that are going outwards, it would be lines going straight outwards like we had before. That's a super cool effect, though. This saw effect here. Yeah, I don't want it to do this. I kind of want it to go straight outwards as if it's like lines that are going like this. Which I feel like I need to change my vector. But I want to use the same point that we have on the other area, which is using object. Because like I know I could swap this to UV. It's just not the correct part, and I can rotate this to be the correct part. There we go. Hear me out. You can use a radial gradient and add a multiply with 100. After that, sine, then add 1, and then divide by 2. Okay, I'm going to hear you out, okay? Use a radial gradient, so a gradient texture with it set to radial. And then you can use a math node where we multiply. So math, multiply it. Multiply this value by 100. Okay? Then we're going to take that. Relative value, keep the whole thing perfect. Are you... Wait, what? 1 second. I just missed your message. Okay, with what? After that, a sine. So we're going to use math. Set that to sine value. Sine. 1. And then divide by 2. Oh, no, wait. Sine value of this. And then add 1. I swear, if this is a goose chase, I feel like you've earned your goose chases, but let's see, divide by 2. Take that divide by 2. And then for the multiply, you should multiply it by 2. And add another multiply with a rounded value to keep the whole thing perfect. Okay. Wait a second. Divide it by 2. For the multiply, you should multiply it by 2. And then you said with a rounder. I don't think that worked. Divide by 2, and then you round it. 2 pi? Oh. Multiply it by 2 pi. Divide. And I also screwed that up here. If this is supposed to be multiply. That's a me problem. Multiply by 2 pi. How do you do 2 pi? I don't know how to do 2 pi. 2 times 3.14156. It's as close as I know how to do pi. And then round it. Then color ramp. Okay, go into the gradient and change the vector coordinates. Oh, you're right. That's another thing I gotta do. Change that to object. You know, we don't need to do that. I feel like I'd be fine with this value here. Well, I'm just curious. Am I doing this correct? I don't think this is correct, but can always move this manually, by the way. Okay. Boom. And boom. So we've got our eye. We've got our center of our eye. And now we can change the scaling of this, right? It's quite unfortunate. The multiply can be increased and add more lines. Oh, I see. Okay. So this multiply. This multiply. Oh. That's cool. We like that. Okay, let's take this and then let's invert it. Invert this color. Now we've got ourselves a white value of the lines, and we can use this inside of our factor here, I believe. I will say we'll probably want to use a mixed color here, though, outside of this factor to be black in all the areas that the iris is not. So let's do that. That way we're not getting these lines to go past it. The god of Blender. Just mathing, baby. Let's go ahead and save that. Now let's fix these smaller eyes. everything is just so dark. I might need to fix that as well. That has 0 depth. I think this is also pretty dark, which is not exactly what I wanted. Yeah, that goes there, which is a mixture of this and that, which creates that. Which, let's swap this out to a diffuse. I mean, overall, this eye is just so dark right now. Is that just because there's no light on it? Let's add in some additional lights just to brighten this thing up, because that's probably part of the issue that we're running into here. That texture there, we probably need to invert this texture because, or we'll just swap these two values here. Wait, no, this does go to the bottom. This plugs into the bottom. What am I doing here? This needs to swap there. Let's delete that. I don't know why I'm viewing that. And then this goes into the top shader there. So we go and view that. What am I doing right now? Oh my gosh. I don't know. Made these eyes like 1,000,000 times. I just... Turn off the specularity. There we go. There we go. Perfect. Okay, great. So now we got our 3 circles. That took way too long. Yes. No, you're totally right. I mean, there shouldn't be any reflections whatsoever. There shouldn't be any reflections on any of this stuff, which is why I just use like a diffuse texture with like a lot of roughness. Yes. So now we can duplicate this guy, scale it outwards, and use this as our outer eye. And then let's go to our area light here, swap this to a smaller light. Increase the brightness, and then swap this over to a disk. And that gives us a lovely light for our eye. Might want the power to be a little less, but the other thing we could do is with this selected, we could say use nodes, and I believe we could actually add a nice little fall off to this. I believe. I believe. Let's use this with a spherical, add our stuffs to it, and set this to object. I can never get the lighting to use the nodes properly. I don't know why. It always glitches out. It always glitches out. Though, let's just go back here. I mean, we've already spent too much time on that. I can blur that in comp. I don't care. Okay, so now we've got all our lovely reflections in there. Our outer eyeball, I mean, it's using... Where are we getting that textures? This is plugging into that, which is plugging into our diffuse ultimately. That's overall blue, which is mixing with the result of blue. And that's plugging directly into our diffuse. So we have our color ramp and then our mixture node here. Is that because it's supposed to be white? What did I do wrong here? I screwed something up. I screwed something up, guys. So that's our... Let's hide that. Invert the color on this guy. Okay, great. And then now let's use another diffuse texture. Although we could use this emission also before this diffuse. So we'll use a mix shader node. Basically be mixing the value of that plus the value of this emission from the value of this invert color. And there we go. Now we've got ourselves a nice eyeball. The outside of this eye, though, I mean, you'll notice that like her eyes have like kind of like this ring around the outside. Could things take time? Yeah. Am I going to finish 20 minutes? Because I get to go after 20 minutes. I don't think I'm going to be done in 20 minutes, if I'm being honest. I spent a little more time than I was expecting on this UV circling aspect of things. So this gets fed into that. Okay, well this guy right here, let's use another mix color node. Okay. Oh, I get what's going on. I get what's going on now. Perfect. So that's giving us the white values now, which is going to give us the blue values. This is fantastic. Things are starting to come together. So only the areas where the white is do I want to have these lines. Otherwise, put black there. We can clamp the result or whatever, and that's going to give us this. That then gets fed in, which actually that's not clamping everything. So we put these lines in. This should be chopping off our factor of this guy here. Oh, I see. I see. There we go. So that gets plugged into the factor. I don't know why that wasn't working. I just refreshed it and it worked. And then this then gets plugged into this mix shader, which gives us that visual there. Which I want to make sure we're getting the same results. So it's using those masks there for the black aspect of it. Whereas I need this gradient plugged directly into it? No. Oh, that's going into this color ramp first. Weird. Let me just make that white. There we go. And then make these lines a little bit less. That way they very much fade more in. Let's go ahead and save that. Go ahead and save that there, guys. And now we've got like these lines in there. I think that really helps it quite a bit. I do kind of wish these were a little more wavy. I know, I'm being picky. Gradient texture, radial. The whites of the eyes, though, let's swap that out. Let's try a diffuse. See if diffuse works. Yeah. There we go. And inside of the eyes, I kind of want, she has like, again, these like sparkles everywhere. So I feel like we should have that inside of her eyes as well. At least from the reference photo, it looks like that. So we'll just use another Voronoi texture. Go view that real quick. Change the scale of this to be a lot larger. Use a color ramp on this guy. Again, just change the scale of it to be quite a bit smaller. Something like that looks pretty nice. Just make those pop a little bit more. And this is where we can grab an emission or something like that. So let's do an emission shader. And again, we're only going to want this to exist in the areas that we have our masks. So we could just do the same thing we did before, you know? So duplicate this, place that up there, grab this gradient, place that there. And then we're going to use a mix color node all the way over here. And this mix color node, we're going to use this as a factor value. And then let's go ahead and view this real quick again. This is going to get placed into the B input. And then over here, we're just going to make this black. So that way we're only getting the sparkles in the area where her iris is. And with our emission here, let's just select the same color as this blue over here. Go ahead and save that. And let's use a mix shader again. This time plugging that to the top, and then this over here into this emission value here, and then the factor can just get plugged from that spot up there. So now when we go view this, we should get nice lit up areas on our eyes in different spots. I want her eyes to feel a little more deep blue rather than right now it comes off as, I don't know where that's coming from, almost purple. So let's make sure we're staying away from the purple. And then the speckles in our eyes, we do want to increase the strength on those. We want to make the size smaller on them, I believe, by doing that. Oh, that's great. And then, of course, we don't want them in the area where the black is also. So, same thing we did earlier. So, we're just going to duplicate. I believe this is what we're using here. So, let's use another mix color. And then, let's see, what is this doing? So, black is going to be plugged in to the factor here. And then this can just be down to the B input. And then this can be black up there. I know this is getting confusing, guys. But yeah, then now you get that black kind of in the center there, kind of erasing the area. Because like there's the speckles there, and then it's erasing that in the center. So there you go. And then now you get your speckles inside of the iris as it's going about. Fantastic. Go ahead and save that as we're going along. Kind of want this outer line now around the outside of her eye. Can do that pretty easily, I believe, by just looking at this object here. And we can take a math node and we'll use a mix color node as well. And so we'll take this value here, we'll set this to 100, and then use a let's use a subtract. And let's use a color ramp here. Or let's do this, the difference. Let's do difference. Take this value plugged into color ramp, this value plugged into the B, and if we go view it, it's not going to give us any result whatsoever. But as soon as we start to make a change here, it's actually going to create a matte in that changed area. So we're able to create kind of like an outline around an existing mask that we have. So let's go ahead and do that. Just kind of create like this rough outline here. And then let's use another color ramp just to sharpen up that edge. Just by that. And then this line here, we've got this new mask that we created. We can actually use on our blue iris effect down there. So let's go view that real quick. So this is our overall eyeball that we have. And then let's use another diffuse, I think. And this diffuse is going to be of the darker portion of the eye. And then another mix shader. And then we're going to grab the FAC of that newly created mask that we created. You could see what it's doing there. And just make sure that this plugged into the shader at the bottom of that. Now we might not want to sharpen it. I think, let's see, make that quite a bit thicker like so. I don't really want it to be that thick, honestly. Something like that should be good. Where's that whiter outer edge kind of coming from? Because that's the part I don't like. I kind of want this to extend all the way, and it's not. So, instead of taking it from that input, it could just be straight from here, I think. I need to basically just duplicate the values that we already have here. Let's set this to black, and then let's set this to white. And then change, if this is then plugged into that value, and this value gets plugged directly into the A, and then this value goes into the color ramp as well. That should give us better results slightly. There we go. And then we'll just tighten this up a little bit. There we go. And then that's going to create that line there. Just increase that ever so slightly. There we go. Then thicken that. There we go. Okay, that's going to do really well. So that, I think, for the overall outside edge of that eye is going to catch real nicely. Okay, what do you guys think for the eye there? Still has like a lighter outside to it than I'd like. I think that's coming from here. Yeah, if we do that, that sharpens it for sure. I felt like it was just blurring too much. And then this diffuse here, just be darker. Yeah, so that way we're just creating that outside line a little bit nicer. I'll make her pupils a little bigger too. I think right now they're a little small. What am I breaking here? Breaking something. Oh, it's this guy. It's this guy. There we go. Make her eye bigger. Looks cuter. Eyes bigger, eyes always look cuter. Wow, it only took a million nodes to accomplish, right? Wow. Okay, so there's the eye. With the eyeball, the making of that eye is a full tutorial. It is. It really is. It really is. Well, we're going to have to clean up all the mistakes, Ben. Okay, let's add our character back in. And let's see. Okay, here's the thing. Two things. First of all, I like how bright this eye gets because of this area light that I added. But I don't want anything else to like get brightened by it. So let's go to light linking, add new light here. And then we're just going to select eyes and drag that in. That way the rest of our characters don't get added into this thing. Next up, let's go ahead and our eyeball texture is not going to line up with anything that we did over there, unfortunately. So we're going to have to move this over there and then rescale everything so it kind of fits, which is unfortunate. Your phone's battery's going to die. All good, man. Thanks for joining. Thanks for joining. So now you're on your PC. Let's go ahead and duplicate this eyeball. I just want to see if maybe I can do this through generated instead. Sphere projection. Man, I really don't want to move this eye over because I'm going to have to morph it and then I'm going to have to redo a lot of things because it's going to stretch the eye weirdly. That's what I don't want to do. If we scale it down, what does that do for us? Okay, trying to think, guys. Just thinking right now. Trying to figure out the best way to convert what we just did with our eyeball over to our pre-existing crappy eyes. Because these are not oriented in the same direction. So when I apply the eyeball, it's going to obviously go whack. It's using objects. Technically, can I make another object rotate so that way we just get the orientation of it? Let's see if I can do it this way. Let's try to see if we can rotate this the right orientation. This is, man, guys, we're at the lazy point of the tutorial here of me trying to figure out the fastest way that I can just copy everything over without me having to do more work. Oh, Jesus. I don't know if that scaling it down is the good idea. We can also move it. No? That's rough. So we have it working on like the one eyeball. I'm just trying to see if we can convert that over into something I can use somewhere else. That's what we're trying to do here, guys. Because there's the eye, and I just need to, I guess, rotate it. Here we go. We're getting closer. The only problem is that it's too big. I suspect that scale has something to do with it. No. 'Cause it just gets blurry. Okay, I mean, I'm running out of ideas here on how to orient this better. I'm not seeing it located around it at all. Be different if it was like acting like a UV in some way where I was able to like see its general vicinity of its location and move it over. But it's not acting like that. This is the one point that everything is kind of coming from. You gotta go. It's all good, Anemo. Thanks for dropping by. Who knows? We might still have to do this next week, because I don't know if I'm gonna be able to finish this today. Let's do object of, let's select that sphere there as its object for the location of this guy. It's been 4 hours? Yeah, it's because I'm trying to do the impossible. Which this is driving me crazy. If I apply all the transforms, that doesn't make it much better. Let's see. Yeah, it's not working. I don't know. Hasselhoff, are you still there? Do you know how, any suggestions? This is rough, man. This is rough. Hey, I got the eye here. I just want to be able to rotate my other eyes here to have the same thing. Because if I take this and I scale it and morph it over into the other thing, what's going to end up happening is I'm going to have to redo like the coordinate setups, I believe. See you next Sunday, Anemo. Thanks for dropping by. Yeah. Makes it kind of rough because if it's based off of object instead of UVs, or really if it's based off of UVs as well. Sorry about that. I didn't mean to hit the mic. Also, I don't know when I screwed up this thing down here, but apparently I did. Oh. I completely forgot I did that. Dang, I completely forgot I did that. That's funny. That's pretty close. I actually don't remember. If I do a vector rotate based off of this, can I get... One second. Can I get this vector to rotate the y-axis by 91 degrees? And then will that... .8. There we go. That's a smarter way of going about it, guys. That way it's using one vector point rather than using multiple vector points. Maybe render the eye and put the image on the other eye. Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's... I was trying to do this in shaders rather than us going about this by applying it elsewise. That's where this gets a little rough. I just wish that I could... I think I can... Can I apply, copy modifiers, vertex collection links, instancing... Vertex groups. It's not vertex groups. It's almost like I need to copy the vector information from this guy to this guy is basically what I want to do. So that way it thinks it's the same object. And this is based off of object. So if I go into sculpt mode with this, and let's just say I use the elastic deform. Yeah, it deforms the eye. That's unfortunate. Because we're going to get to the point where if I try to deform this to look like this, then it's going to actually screw it up. That is quite unfortunate. Yeah, let's try this. So this is the UVs here. Let's do project from view bounds. And then let's go over here to vertical, and then let's use a UV editor. The heck? What's going on right now? Why does it have to be so big? We are viewing that, right? Yes. This is so crazy, guys. I don't understand why I can't see the whole eye. What the heck is going on here? It's so dumb. Like, it's so ridiculously dumb. I don't have a solution for you guys, honestly. I really don't have a solution. I will say we created the whole freaking eyeball, which looks amazing. And I almost want to use it on another character in the future, now that we have this eye. But for right now, and our intents and purposes, let's see. Actually, I want to see if I can do one thing over here. So I'm using this vector rotate. Let's do let's search for vector scale. Do they have a vector scale? Not like particularly. What I was trying to do is see if I could scale the eyeball down, because like then I could just scale this up and then put this inside of the skull of the thing. Let's just find this guy. Looking good. Oh, thank you so much, Lex. Thank you, thank you. Right now we're in a bit of a we're having a mental meltdown, as it were. Why am I not able to select it? It's located under character. We're gonna cheat this, guys. We're cheating this. I'm honestly, I feel really bad that like we're just gonna rush this ending, because like, to be honest, I think we screwed up on like I mean, I don't know. If someone has a better answer on how to fix that, I don't know what to do. Like, I don't know what to do. I don't have an answer. I don't have an answer. So bad. I don't have an answer. It looks so ridiculously bad, and I'm like very not happy about this. We spent so much time on the eyes today. Okay. Yeah, we spent so much time on the eyes today just for it to not like work. That's frustrating. That's really annoying, guys. I don't have a good solution for this unless, I mean, we could just go in and, I guess, cheat. I don't really have an easy way of fixing this. So, what we can do, okay, we can use everything we did. We just can't use the vector aspect of it. Yeah, okay, so I think I got a solution though. I mean, it's unfortunate that I'm gonna have to do it this way, but what I'm gonna do is let's create a new material here and call this IV2, and let's just paste in our materials that we have. Now this is using vectors, right? The only thing we can't use vectors because the vectors don't line up with the rest of our image. But what we can use instead is we can use, let's do it this way. Let's go to add in an image texture. We can just hand paint this. I mean, this isn't ideal. This is not ideal whatsoever. Let's create a new image. And but it's just what we're gonna have to do right now. And so what I'm gonna do is we're just gonna use our brush here to basically find the area where the camera is going to see everything. Let's get out of texture paint for just a second and then just turn on our background image. Oh, well, we're not lined up anyways. Let's do it this way. We're going to go into texture paint again. And then just get her looking forward. The only thing I really want to make sure of is that these guys are using smart UV project. So that way they're not overlapping each other. Either that or... No. I want to... maybe not smart UV project. That's not going to be a good idea. Let's use project from view. It's going to be unfortunate. They're that small, but whatever. Now we're just going to get her looking forward here. Some hand-painted eyes. I guess we're just learning multiple ways of we can do this, guys. This is what it comes down to. Is we're going to use multiple different ways we can have the eyes made. So that's her looking forward. Let's now take this and hit image, save. We'll call that eye matte. Go back over to our layout. And inside of our render view here, let's go ahead and select our camera. Just turn off our background image. Go look at our eyes again. We're going to feed this into a couple of these color ramps. Let's see if we can do it this way. I don't know how transferable this is going to be, but we're going to try. Just plug this into all of these guys. Don't have any idea how transferable this is going to be, but let's just turn it on, see what happens. Yeah, not really. Yeah, no, that's not going to quite work for us. But get us start of the way there. So first off, let's look at this blue. Let's see how this is really coming about. We've got this darker color here, and see if we can grow this at all. Probably not. But what we can do is let's open up Nuke. And we're figuring out solutions here, guys. And let's open up our photo that we created. Material. Assets. Oh, no. Mats. That's where it is. iMat. Gonna open that up. I think because it shouldn't be a solid color, it should go from like white to like gray, basically, is what we need. So let's see if we could do that. First of all, let's use a masking option here. And then we're just gonna nuke comp this. I think this might be the easiest way for us to do it. Might be able to get a nice result. And then this guy here, let's just make sure that we're smoothing our points up here. Last thing we need are any jagged edges. Okay, great. And then let's go ahead and just duplicate this layer. Move him to the other side. And then just follow along the path a little bit. Great. So that's going to be the outer edge of the eye here. Let's go ahead and just set that to RGBA, so that way we're just like making sure we're cutting off the outsides of that. The next thing we're going to need to do is kind of have a white to black exterior, basically, of gradient. Do they have gradients in Nuke? Don't actually know. But what we can do is we can add a constant. And this is 1024 by 1024, so just following that, that's square 1024 by 1024. Just do that as well. Use a paint node. I don't know an easy way of doing this, so do they have gradients in here? I didn't want to open up Photoshop. How you doing, Matthew Draco? Welcome back. I'm going to open up Photoshop here in a second. Might just use Photoshop for the gradient, Because I don't know that there's an easy way of creating a gradient. Nuke. Go to mats. You can do a roto and a blur. You're right. Why overthink this, huh? Just basically need to blur this to like infinity, and then I need these points to be smaller. Can I get them to be smaller individually, or do I have to do this myself? I think I have to do it myself. Oh, wait. I'm not an idiot. Copy paste. And get them to be small to the point of that. Oh, I guess I could have eroded them. I don't know why I'm being stupid today. I think I'm tired, guys. I think I'm tired. Let's use an erode. And then let's make those smaller to like there. And then let's blur everything here. I don't know where they went, but you know. We basically need that to happen. What time is it? It's 5:28 for me. And then we're going to use this mask tool here from that alpha there, but this is going to be the B input. Sorry, the A input. Wow, this looks terrible, I know, but you guys can ignore it for now because I didn't want to do this anyways. Okay. I have to treat each eye differently, I suppose. I'm just going to blur this ever so slightly as well. It's 8:28 for you, PM, or in the morning. Okay, this gradient here. Let's do this separately on each eye, okay? We're going to create 2 eyes. I think that's going to be the best way to do this. So you got A input for this roto here. And then this is going to be a merge of this and that. Whoops. This and that, which creates that. This will be roto number 1. This is going to be roto number 2. This is going to be both rotos together. We're just going to blur both the rotos. We're just going to mask all of our options, which we don't have options. Let's for right now do that, get rid of that. There we go. And then we'll mask that. So now we have both those options. And this guy, which is left eye, we can change the grade to be less on this specific eye. And hopefully that's equal. 2:30 a.m. Bro's a legend over here. Oh, PM for you. 8:28. Okay, let's take this. I'm going to call this IMAT 2. Hit the save button. Booyah. And now let's load in an image texture of that new IMAT. Where's I'm at 2? I'm at 2. Where you at? Refresh, refresh. Oh, did I not hit the render button? I probably didn't even hit the render button. Render. Oh, it can't exceed multiple frames, so that would be a me problem. Also, let's shuffle our alpha to the RGB. Let's do that. There we go. So now this... I don't understand why that's a problem. I don't need alpha. Oh, right. Being stupid. Render out 1 frame. You missed so much from last time? Well, there is a replay button. Do erode. Blur. Is it blurring it too much? I just need the hot spot to be the hottest spot, you know? Take another blur node and blur that back on top of it. Is that how this is supposed to go down? I don't know, guys. This might not work. This might be another bad idea. Let's just render that. Refresh this. I'm at 2. And now I can't. Is there a way to... I forget. Oopsies. I always wanted to know how to do that, and I just figured out how. So then there's this. Oh my god. I think I'm gonna cry. Okay. Hasselhoff, what is the way to blur things? I just need to blur this image. I want to blur it right here and right here. I don't want to... I guess I could just go to texture paint and do this manually, I suppose. Yeah. Let's go to texture paint. Oh, there is a blur tool here, is there not? Yes, there is. Just blur this. Never a fan of this blur tool just because it doesn't seem to blur it terribly much, but I don't know. Maybe it'll work. Seems to be blurring it. Okay. All right. We're on to something here. We're on to something. Everything happens really small. Yeah, no, that didn't work. I think it's because... I think this does work. You said use a UV coordinate. I don't want to open this up here. Cool. White noise texture, subtract, scale, add, blur strength. So you're talking about blurring specifically a white noise texture? I don't know. I think for today's tutorial, I think we're just going to call it. We're getting pretty in the weeds here. I haven't even textured any of this other stuff, honestly. I think I'm going to continue this next week, guys. I was planning on finishing this today, but there's just, I'm getting tired, and I think I need to reset my brain on this. But so it looks like we're doing a part 4 next week, which I really didn't want to. I had this whole other thing I wanted to jump into. Oh, that was a chat with someone else that, or it was actually a group. But yeah, I think I'm gonna continue this next week. We'll jump into fixing the eyes as well as shading everything else, because we have actually quite a bit of shading here to do still. Oh, it's funny because the lips are like getting stretched on the rest of the skin for this whole thing, so I'll fix that, but that's fine. That's an easy thing to fix. So far this is what we've got. We actually created this really awesome eyeball. I'll be honest, I'm kind of inclined to just stop this just because this on this specific render, but I'm gonna prevail next week. We will get it, we will do it. It's just I need to take a break, I think. But this is the eyeball we created, so if you guys want to see how to do that, then I would recommend just watching this whole video back. I mean, went through all the moments on how to create that. And this is the rest of the environment that we created so far inside of Blender with this floating eyeball. We have to fix up some shading stuff as well, and then we're going to get into doing some lighting, but I think this is not a bad place to pause. There's still quite a bit that needs to be done. I think that she's looking really cartoony right here, so we're going to have to fix that. Cartoony, not in a good way. Not in a good way. And that could be some lighting issues, but I mean, just overall, it's pretty janky. So we will come back, fix it. We're going to do next time. But if you guys want these project files, you guys want to mess around with any of these stuff yourself, then feel free to join the Patreon. Link is in the description. I'm going to upload these project files right after this stream is over. And I'll see you guys next week with a new live stream and a new time. But thanks for guys sticking around. It's a good time. I think we had a fun one. I'm going to watch a movie tonight, so wish me luck. I'm watching the movie Long Legs, which is supposedly super scary. So I'm going to buckle my seatbelt up and get ready for that. But thank you guys. You guys have a good one. I'll see you guys on the Discord throughout the week, and you guys have a great rest of your day. Peace out.